cool. I wanted to make sure.
So before we get started, I do want to ask.
Yeah, what's up?
So this, like, when you say we're going into a town, so there's gonna is it gonna be a pretty decent population, or is this gonna be like 200-300 people?
I would say it's probably like Good Neighbor-esque in size.
Like Good Neighbor-esque? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my god, like
It's
10 people? Maybe 20?
Yeah,
I was gonna say
the casino.
like permanent
Oh, wait,
residents,
wait.
like
Oh,
20
wait, no.
to 30.
I'm thinking of
Oh, yeah,
somewhere
there's a lot
else.
more.
Good
Good
neighbor had at least like 50, 60, maybe more.
And that's just permanent residents. There's a lot of like merchant traffic through here. That's its main purpose. It's like a port city run by the bandits.
Fallout New Vegas on the brain. I was thinking of Good Springs.
Oh no, yeah, you're all good. Yeah, like 5 people entirely live there.
We got Bomb Guy, Tavern Girl, Girl with Dog, Medic, and a robot that pulled you from the grave. Alright, that's
We also
everybody.
have a man that owns
Sometimes.
a very small shop that I guarantee you doesn't make him any sort of money.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Some guy out there. Just some dude named Chet.
But yeah, this place I would probably say has about 50 to 60 full residents, mainly bandits, and a leader who is very mysterious. No one really knows about the Greencove leader.
So you said a lot of them kill prostitutes?
But yeah, mainly bandits permanently live here, but there's a lot of merchant traffic. There's places for you to stay. There's inns. There are even like complexes where you can rent like semi-permanent residences.
So we go in guns blazing, maybe we can find this so-called leader. I think this stuff is done.
Okay, cool. Yeah, just whenever you guys are ready, I'll get back into like recapping and stuff. It'll be really short. We left on a very like quiet.
Pretty.
Have you had any recent murders involving prostitutes? Just give me those. They would have been stabbed to death and their hair would have been cut off by the killer.
I do want to ask who is currently driving the half track.
Preferably not the dog.
Okay.
Tis I.
I'll just,
yeah.
Cool. I just wanted to make sure. So.
Red. I have the
Cool.
train.
I just made almost 8,000 caps in that one sitting. That's crazy. Okay.
Is everybody ready?
I am very ready.
All right.
Launch.
We will pick back up right after you guys had finished speaking to that small family that you bumped into along the road. You asked if they had any materials that you were looking for. It seemed they were trading mostly in agriculture and some scrap, but nothing you needed. And did you kind of stay kind of with pace with them, or did you move past them?
I think we blew past them, and Raziel like, was the one to talk to him, and then he caught up with us again.
Yeah,
Okay. I just wanted to clarify.
Pulling sides a little bit because I think I was on my bike at the time.
Well, this
Yeah,
family isn't being tracked by dwarves, or don't have the potential to be tracked by dwarves, unlike us. So I think we just kind of leave them behind and move on.
Well, yeah, I
We
probably
give
caught back
Russell
up
the shit
quick.
about the local population.
I just stopped to see if they had anything we might need.
And is the Seraphim sitting in the passenger seat in the half track as well?
Yes, in case he needs to stand up and start fucking blasting out the top.
I need you to both make perception rolls for me. Serena at disadvantage because you're driving.
Indeed. Eyes on the road.
Oh, yeah. Fucked it. That is a... Oh, fuck. That's only a 12. I pulled a 2.
Mine is. Let's find out. I rolled a 20 and an 18 at disadvantage, and that means I got a 22.
I was about to say, Seraphim, you are just chilling in the passenger seat, just kind of doing your own thing, kind of just looking out the window. Serena, as you're driving, you look down near one of the cubbies, and you see Alex's picture. One of him and the elven man and the half-elven woman all together. A much younger Alex. He seems to have left it behind in the rush to get back to Hab Unit 3. Oh, their HP went up.
I'm gonna, driving, looking at the road, like not looking, using peripheral vision, pick it up, and I'll kind of hold it up at the wheel so I can kind of look at it. Anything special about this, or is it just a picture?
It seems to be an old picture. It was repaired by Raziel, so it seems to be in not pristine, but much better condition. But there is some faded wording on the back that is a little too faded to read.
Can I tap the thermal and see? Well, thermal wouldn't really do anything. I would need heat, and I would need chemicals to bleed the ink out. But yeah,
with your high perception roll, even at disadvantage, it does look like Elvish writing.
Of which is the only other language I have picked up while I was here, actually.
That is true. It seems to be making out, from what you can tell, the one word that you can kind of read, or the one little phrase you seem to be able to read, is place in the shade.
Do I notice Serena looking at the picture while we're driving, since I didn't notice it in the cubby?
Yeah, she actually reaches past you and reaches into the cubby right in front of you to grab the picture. So you notice her reach over and grab it. So as she was scanning it over, you would see.
Is there something interesting on the photo?
Seems to be a note on the back.
What's it say?
DM, what did it say again? I want to type it in my notes.
There seems to be a lot more to it, but what you can make out, the clearest part is place in the shade, written in Elvish. You know what, you got a really high perception, even at disadvantage. I'll even throw in, it starts out with I, and then ends with place in the shade.
Does Serena read that out?
Yeah, I'll hand it to you and I'll tell you what it says. It says something about a place in the shade.
I'll look at it since you're driving. Yeah, I can try to read this. And Seraphim also knows Elvish, I'm pretty sure. Oh, no, I don't. I'm just looking at it.
Okay, you could make another perception check if you would like, or an invest. It would be.
Oh, I'll try to. Seraphim will look at it and. Do we have any writing? Do we have any writing utensils? I do a perception check to look for a writing utensil. I'll try to trace what I see on it.
You could try and trace it onto a data pad. You could put it over the data pad and then run your finger across the paper and try and trace it that way, or with some kind of pen they use on the data pads.
That's what Seraphim was trying to do without harming the photo too much or at all.
I could also take a screenshot. I got the watch.
The data pads do not have cameras. You do still have to physically write and scribe down whatever it is you want to copy.
Robert, you're also in your own vehicle at the moment too.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh yeah, that's right.
They're the only two in their car.
And I'm just writing.
I don't know what's going on either.
There's 3 of us in the truck right now. It's me, Stone, and Seraphim.
Serena, and Stone. Yeah.
That's why I've been so quiet, aside from chuckling at comments.
Yeah, you would be able to find a data pad and a pen in which to scribe down.
Because I also know Elvish.
I'm just. So
Do you know how to use like calligraphy or forgery kits?
Oh shit! Let me look.
How well do you perform?
I do.
at your
I do
cocktail?
not. I only know.
Disadvantage.
Yeah, I was about to say. So roll at disadvantage plus your. Would it just be your dexterity modifier?
I think so.
Well, I have good dexterity, so I'm just doing. Seraphim's just doing this to stave off the boredom.
It's usually like sleight of hand.
Seraphim's
It's
just,
almost like sleight of hand. So yeah,
do sleight of hand.
just staring
Since
out the
you don't
window,
have
then
the-
notice Sorena's arm is just like movement, something. No. Social activity. God damn it! Roll off. First one is a 17 total. Oh god, don't roll off, don't roll off. Second one, 16 total.
It was close but not perfect, so I will say, you are able to trace out a few more words onto the data pad, and everything you are able to decipher reads, "I will wait. Place in the shade."
Yeah, I show Serena that next part, what I could trace, see if she can read it a little bit. Because I do not know English. I thought I did. I don't. I forgot what languages I knew because they're fucking insane. I speak
Forgot what you
robot,
know.
and I speak robot, and then I speak some other fucking languages that are just I'll probably never see.
Okay. Interesting. All right.
I will wait. Place in the shade. It's
Any thoughts?
I'm sure it has more meaning to Poster Boy.
What about you, Stone? Does this mean anything?
Honestly, I'm not sure.
I wouldn't expect it to have much meaning to anybody else than him. Place in the shade could literally be anywhere. All I expect out of a place in the shade is somewhere to not be attacked in the middle of the night.
Could mean a lot of things. Could it be
Speaking,
the complete
wouldn't more
code?
suspicious individuals want to attack you from the ship?
That could be true. Depends on how you look at it.
The shade
But I
has
prefer
many
the
uses.
I am the one in the shade that attacks people. He fucking like side-eyes Stone as he says that, and then goes back to looking out the window.
He says
It
that
wasn't- it
he's
wasn't- it
not
wasn't a
aware of
hostile-
what creature I am.
It wasn't a hostile side-eye. He was just looking at him, just crazy-eyed.
It wasn't the offensive side eye.
The offensive side.
Is there anything else you guys would like to do with the photo, or anything else that you would like to discuss? Do you radio over to your compatriots and let them know?
Probably
It's
bring it
just a
up
photo.
later.
Okay.
Yeah.
For now,
Seraphim will
I'll,
Seraphim will put it back.
I'll put it in the my pack
Yeah, that.
for now.
Hand it to Seraphim. Hand it to Serena so she can keep it safe.
Okay, and who specifically has the radio given to them by Sergeant Hammer?
Right now, I
The
actually
one
don't
he
know.
specifically grabbed
that-
it and handed it. I think he handed it to Raziel.
Raziel?
So
I
I know
have
we
a
had
copy that I requested afterwards so that I could put it in one of my bots.
the
One of them was
two
given one
question
before
mark.
that.
Okay, we'll
So
say
we have
that
one
the
regular
that
one and one
he-
that Raziel's like modded or something.
Yeah,
Was
we'll
the
say
truck-
that. We'll say that it's in the truck there with you. It's in the cubby along with like the data pad and where you found the picture.
The truck had its own radio too, didn't it?
Well, that's the one that we were talking about, the regular one, and then Raziel requested a second one that he was
During my
messing with as
downtime,
well.
I've been Probably during the nights, I've probably been trying to put that into the agent bot I've got.
I was about to say, with like 1, maybe 2 nights, you would have been able to, so it's good now. I will say, the one that came in the half track is attached to it. You can't take it out. That's why he gave you a second one that's like portable.
So we got the CB attached to the car.
Alright, but if
then
that
we got
is...
our walkies.
Yeah, if that's everything else, we can move on to the gates of Greenfield.
Well, before that, while we're driving along, I'll, steering, gas, brakes, you know, typical driving. As the hours have gone by, the, like, time checking has calmed. I'm not checking it every 30 seconds like I was on my arm. Which either means I've put it on the lens inside the helmet, or I'm just
Far enough
starting
away.
to think again. Seraphim,
Yes.
the name you said earlier, or was it yesterday?
My name?
Yes.
Reese Crane.
Is this something remembered, or is this something you knew all along?
This is something I keep to myself. Me.
Was
None of
this
the others
forgotten
go
and
by it.
remembered previously, or has it always been a bit of a secret?
It is me. It is the other me. And not the ones that you have seen. I don't make it obvious. I don't have a reason for knowing Dwarvish. If you could not tell by my fucked faculties, I am a clone. So and the original me, that's his name.
So the Dwarvish just is unintentional.
Hard-coded. Yeah, no, it's intentional.
I meant
They
on
put
your
it
part.
there. Yeah, not on my part. It's unintentional.
As you're talking, Sato kind of not chimes in, literally kind of like beeps and initiates scan for Reese Crane and database in a very flat robotic voice.
Yes.
Yes, I think
Seraphim
so.
just says that. Says that as quickly as soon as he heard that.
Honestly, I might have to get Raziel to put a personality back in this thing. I can't say I hated it. It was just jarring. Yes, information on Reese Crane.
It searches for a moment, and then you see an old pre-war picture of a man that looks similar to Seraphim without the skin lopped off, standing in a lab coat in front of what seems to be a biology lab holding a very large grant. And then that same flat robotic voice, Reese Crane, head geneticist at Crane Genetics. No, and you just see after it lists his name and some of the awards and his accolades, it starts listing his charges and crimes and other random assorted awful things this man has done, and it ends with last seen handing off genetic information to Grimnarok, king of the dwarves, and you see a very old looking, what you assume is a dwarf. It's not a robot, but it's a very old, very grim looking dwarven king
So,
with eyes that burn like coals.
with all the other shit that I've said in the past, this might be a bit jarring for you guys, but for the one person who's probably seen dwarves, meaning myself, does this look like a typical dwarf?
This This man does, yes. He looks like a standard fair dwarf. He is
Interesting.
not anything. He is not
Is
anything
he
like
robotic?
not in
Or is
any
he
way.
fleshy?
He is fleshy. So this showed you that this is an old picture in your database.
Grim the Rock. He's the reason he could make a deal with those dwarves. He's the reason he could get away with what he could for 50 years. It's because they listened to that fucking king. And so the robots listen to Reese. Those people were probably given to him at least one point. Maybe a couple of them. Maybe. He might have stopped. Let's say I left the lab in need of renovation after I was awoken.
You know, these doors remind me of something.
What would that be?
I once read an old archive story about a planet called Shagaura. It's in the Gudrid system. You have any idea what that is? It's very far from my home. It's on the other side of the sector.
Astrophysicist.
Shagaura was a very large center point for a good portion of the dwarven population in the sector. And they began playing with radioactive materials, and when scientists began to tell the people there on Shagaura that this radioactive material was harmful to be near, a disinformation campaign struck within the hearts of the people very easily. And their story stuck. And slowly the people began to decay and mutate rapidly. Various forms of cancer that were completely uncurable in every way began to come up. Cases reported. And then giving up on the flesh, given ideas from I don't even know what, they slowly began to build themselves into something different. What that is exactly, we don't know. The only thing they say is, the dwarves of Shagauro shall never die. And it reminds me deeply of the dwarves on this planet. Deeply seated in their own plans. Seeing everything else as a tool for their use. Including the very ground that they walk.
The similarities sound uncanny.
Where there
surprised
are
you've seen this now
similarities,
twice.
there are major differences. Here it seems a case of ethno-superiority. They think they're greater than all others, so they must take. Details are unimportant, but they take.
I know this well.
What about what about where did you come from? Where did you? What's your earliest memory? Is there any memory issues?
I remember it all. I was just floating in a tube. I heard some scientists. Two more that looked just like that bastard. Looked just like me. They were discussing what to do with me. That was some special project they were trying to finalize. A near total perfect clone. Something got mixed up though. It went under. and to pop the glass. As soon as I got out, I just...
Picked the first door and ran?
I picked the first knife and slashed.
Interesting.
I read up what they were working on. I listened to the recordings. It was just that. Trying to create another Reese, another body, a psychopath.
Where was this?
I will say, I want to interject real quick.
Go ahead.
You would have also noticed that there were quotas that were set aside with no specific reason of genetic material, like just organic matter, corpses, living people, dead people, just an organic quota that needed to be filled that was set aside with every batch.
He was gathering so many people, almost like he had a duty to fulfill. And I don't know. He's growing old. It's the best chance to get him, but he still breathes somewhere. After as for where I'm from, it is further up north. I walked a long way to get to Bunker A. But now I have to go back through. And there are going to be things that I do not want to deal with. And when I say don't pin all crimes on one, how do you judge somebody who's innocent in a guilty body? I mean, I'm far from innocent, but there's at least one of me that is the most innocent. As much as I don't like him going around doing whatever, pisses me off. Fucking coward.
So there's another one that...
You've
did
met
not
him.
take up-
He was the first one you met.
Oh, you mean inside your head?
In my head, there's 4 pilots, and there's only one set of controls. How do you think that feels for one of us who can't handle that pressure? One of us listens to everything he's told. You could tell him to wipe out an entire village. He'll do it. One of us, there's gonna be a gang we may pass through once the situation's resolved that we're currently in. That's gonna be fun to deal with.
As you say that, the radio in the cubby begins to blink intermittently.
We'll hold this conversation. Check what that is.
Your turn.
As you pick it up, it just begins to audibly beep, like just beep, 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 beep.
I'll look at you, Seraphim. Your turn.
Actually, Soretta, you recognize it is seems to be some form of Irmos military code. You've heard it before. You could probably you or someone else here could probably translate it. Just you would
I
have
think
to
it's like I say
focus on
that,
it.
and then like while he holds it for a second, I just kind of like wait, and like finally kind of realize what it is. Is that Sato? Analyze a pattern. What is it saying?
Analyzing. And then after a moment, he begins to paste a text. He begins to place the code and then slowly begin to translate it into common on your lens. And it says, to whoever is receiving this emergency broadcast, you have been entrusted with Sergeant Hammer's full trust. We have been attacked. We are okay, but we do need help. Defensive platform One has been destroyed, and we are currently in evasive maneuvers near the point of extraction that was designated. Once you have
We may
gathered
need
the
to hurry.
supplies, return as swiftly as possible. I am keeping my master safe. They tried to take his mind, and I won't allow that. I need your help.
I'm sure Seraphim and Stone, you probably hear like the buzz of the message being like read to me aloud in my helmet, but not like the
I'll
words
say
exactly.
your lenses light up as it's being pasted across your vision.
It's like you'll hear like a mumbled conversation between me and Sato as I read this, and then I'll just. I mean, it's maybe 10 minutes as I sit there and I don't say anything. I just kind of am silent.
Seems like we need to speed this up.
I haven't said it
As
out loud
you-
yet. I'm still sitting on this. I'm processing.
I will say the gates to Greencove have come closer into view, and I will say that Raziel and Maxon, you guys have pulled closer because there is actually a line to get into Greencove. It's not too long because you guys are. I think it's about. What time is it? You guys left early in the morning, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll say that it's probably about noon. So there's probably about 4 groups ahead of you that need entrance into Greencove.
Great, now we gotta wait our fucking turn. Whatever. Give me more reason to stare out the window.
And then, Raziel and Maxon, you guys, they just kind of, a few guards just kind of walk up and say, pull up next to your group with the boarding pass. And they just kind of like usher you to pull up almost kind of like where you can look into the windows of the half track and see Seraphim and Serena as you slowly kind of move and then just stop, wait for processing, move.
The instant I slowed down, I probably would have hit a button and the top would have opened on the thing anyway so that they would have seen I wasn't prepping anything.
Okay.
Yes, Seraphim would have rolled down a window.
Same.
While we're
Okay.
sifting through this line very calmly,
Also, so we could talk.
right? I still haven't said anything for a while. And there's a definite, like, withdrawal in thinking. We all need to talk once we get inside. I think we make for the safe house once we're in.
Sounds like
Follow
a plan.
you.
There's been a
Never been here
development.
before. Oh, I don't like those.
I need to think.
As
the
you
message that bad?
as you say, I need to think. One little piece of text comes through that doesn't seem to be attached to the message. It simply just says, "Don't worry, sir. They can't take me out that easy." Nothing is said, but there is a small message a few spaces below the translated message.
Yes, talk. I think talk is good. Then I'll lean into
I'm
the
assuming
entering of the
have
city
you-
and all that.
Okay, well, is there anything anybody else wants to say or do while you're like in the line of processing to get into Greencove?
Realizing
Staring out the
how
window.
secretive he's trying to be in, I probably wouldn't have said much of nothing. I would have probably focused on trying to get through as quick as possible. solve
Okay.
any issues that may come up. Prep.
Well, as you get about, as you move up 2 spaces, you're about third in line. A woman wearing the pelt of a badger with 2 heads, one head on each shoulder. She kind of walks up, and she's holding a very rusty data pad. And she just she walks past you. We'll say Maxon's on the left side. She kind of steps in front of your ship and steps over to the half track, and looks to you, Serena, and just says, "Trading, traveling."
Trading. There are 5 of us.
How long you staying?
Day and a half.
Do you have a transport ticket?
One more time.
Do you have a transport ticket?
Would the transport ticket just be the like
It's
toll marker?
the thing. It's the toll marker.
I'll hand her that.
You hand it to her. She looks it over, and then she throws it into a box with a bunch of other ones. And then she says, "You gonna be leaving any of your vehicles here in the stable?"
Anyone? I think we'll
I
leave
don't
the
need to.
half track.
We can allow one into the city. I have to park the other 2.
I pop the side of mine and it fucking transforms and turns into my bots. Is this okay?
He just kind of sighs for a second and goes, and looks over to Maxon's ship. Gonna have to park the one.
It honestly might be better to
I
stick
just
to the
look
half
to,
track.
I look to him very like I look at him and then I kind of just like press my face up into like an angry stare for like a second and just like push my head forward like you mother, and then I just move it in to go park it.
I'll look at Seraphim. We need to.
Bandit leads you over to the stable to park your shuttle, Maxon.
We need to pile
Up
into
in the
this
back of the
thing.
half track.
We need to carry everything that's contained within it so that it doesn't get stolen. So everybody pick up a rifle.
I've got a bag for that.
Right. I'm just stating like we need to pick up all the shit out of it because I don't want our shit to get stolen.
I was about to
all
say,
of
yeah,
our equipment.
you guys don't need a perception check to notice that everyone here that is like running you through customs looks even shadier than the people that run the tollways.
Oh, great. I can't. You're gonna have to throw the straps over me. I can't touch the guns unless it's a
Oh no, I
shotgun.
put the guns up.
And this vehicle
I
doesn't
gathered
come
the gun.
near any of the places that we're going. We park at least 2 streets away. If we can help it.
And around that time, Maxon, you are led back to the half track with everybody else. Do you get in, or is there anything you say before you get into anybody?
No, I just hop right in.
Okay. As you hop in, close the door and everything, the female bandit has the data pad in front of her just looks over, and then she waves, and you see that the line is actually picked up, and you're next to go through the gate, and she just kind of lazily says, "Welcome to Greencove," and just kind of steps back over to the next person behind the line. And
Okay,
you can put Oh yeah, what's up?
Before we go in, a little bit of ambience work here. Is this like a traffic heavy place? Like what's the sound like?
It's pretty densely packed with traffic right now because you guys got here around like noon, 1 p.m. That's probably around the time some people are leaving the market and other people are showing up for like the night market to set up for like the evening time. So there's going to be quite a bit of foot traffic. And yeah, there is a little light wind because you are next to a big, large body of water. It almost looks like the beach. It's so massive from how it looks from this cove. some of the most clear, dark blue, pristine water you have ever seen.
Are there car horns in Uramos?
Are there what?
Yes, there are. You probably would hear occasional car horns, the occasional animal muttering, someone yelling, like, get out of my way, watch where you're going.
That's where you're going,
perfect.
you fool.
Fucking Seraphim's setting out the window. You've got 2 fucking legs that aren't broken. Use them, jackass.
All right.
Swear to God, if I don't, I'm gonna get fucking arrested here.
All right, I will
As
start
you
our.
have your head out saying that, you just see one person who you weren't even talking to turn around and give you like the up yours hand motion.
I
And then
mean,
just
I'm
turn
not
around
even.
and go about their day.
Oh, I don't look at him when I give him the same one back, and I just sit back in the car.
Oh my god.
Okay, so yeah, just if you want to place your half track here, this is the front of the city. And I will describe any buildings that I need to. Although Serena has been here before, so if you would like for me to explain it and it just come from you, I can do that as well. It's changed a little bit, but it's basically the same since last time you were here.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna go straight for the safe house wherever it is. Like, try to make my way to that part of the town.
You will immediately come this way then, because this is a very large, like, just stacked apartment complex. And it seems to be called the Emerald Oasis Apartments and Suites. And as you pull up, there seems to be a very small-looking man. He doesn't seem to be a bandit. He looks to be about like 15, 16. And he looks into your window, sitting at a podium made of wood that is grown into the ground. He kind of steps over to the vehicle and he says, "Returning customer, new customer," as he's kind of writing in a notebook.
New customer.
Okay. And he clicks something on a data pad that he pulls out and he says, "Fill in your information here. Select how many days you're staying and a rate will be presented. You will be asked to pay when you get to the door."
I'm gonna put as much of Seraphim's information within reason, not doxing him, I guess, on this.
People mostly know me by Seraphim. You might as well put in Reese Crane. Hell, maybe someone will know. See that, ask around, and then we take that person right behind the building. We beat the fuck out of them. Hey, Seraphim's just like, as you're filling this information, he's just like describing a plan to take up somebody hostage who may know this guy.
So do you put Seraphim or Reese Crane?
Reese Crane. That's what he's telling her.
Yeah, okay. If he tells me to, I'll put Reese Crane on there.
Does anybody else say anything? Like, you can all hear this. Like, there's an open window into the back area.
That's interesting.
I'll just fill that in and then
Good
hand
to
it
have a
back.
name.
All right.
Good to have an interesting new name.
As you hand it back, he says, "Okay, new customer. I'm sorry. We seem to have already had someone that stayed here using that name. Do you happen to have your membership code?"
Seraphim slams the fucking dash.
I grab your arm, like discreetly. I reach across the seat and grab your forearm.
The boy fucking jumps as you slam on the table. He's like, "Actually, you know what? Roll intimidation. I'll say at advantage because this guy is not cool under pressure."
Yeah, he wasn't looking at him. He was just like, "God, fuck, he's been here," and just smashing the shit out of the dashboard. What is my intimidation? It's not that high. It's exactly 0. I'm not intimidating because it's a promise, not a threat.
It's not a threat.
With advantage, that's first one's a 2. Okay, cool.
Hey, guidance. Poke him inside with guidance.
Okay,
Never
I
mind,
got.
that was a 2.
Well, the first that was that with advantage.
Oh,
It's
it's
a
an
7.
advantage. Okay, yeah.
What's the guidance?
A D4.
Bullet hell. Bullet hell. Ooh, 4. So 11.
Yeah, he jumps.
At least over mid.
He almost drops the data pad as he's handing it back to Serena, and you just see that there's a 4-digit code, and it just says membership ID.
I'll check that. As I look over at Seraphim, Reese Crane, Seraphim, not Reese Dufresne. It's a different person. Calm down. Excuse us. Case of mistaken identity. He's thinking of another person. Take a deep breath, friend. Wrong place. Wrong person.
I'm breathing.
As you're saying that, the boy is like hyperventilating outside. He's like, "Okay, I'll try."
Just a mistake. Apologies. And I'll.
You're not.
Do we have
you're
any
not getting
actual
threatened,
physical
kid.
money on us? I'll tip him, like, if I do, I'll just, like, give him a tip.
I was about to say, yeah, you can, and alongside with like the credit download that Hammer sent you with, you do just have some like random Bunker A Kingdom of Humanity money, and you can give him like a silver's piece worth if you want, or however much.
Yeah, I'll give him a silver piece.
You tip that man a silver dollar.
As you hand it to him, he like he looks it over and he's like, he snatches the data pad and he's like, "Oh, this is more than they pay me in like a whole work week.
And
You
I'll
guys go
kind
on
of
ahead.
start to pull in. I'll say, for your troubles.
And before you pull in, he scans a card and says, "Here's the room for Mr. Crane. You guys have a nice time."
As we're slowly going by, I'll pull out a half of what he gave him, and I'll say, "In case somebody comes asking for us, let us know." Or comes
His
looking
eyes-
for us, or asking questions.
His eyes get even bigger, and he's like, "Oh, you guys got it."
With a
And,
little
as you're
smile
going-
and a wink.
As you're driving away, you see him actually writing down the identification number on the back of your half track, so he can remember it. And you assume he's writing it with your room number as well.
Is the room
yeah,
number
you pull up-
identical to the one that I have reserved for myself?
No, it is.
Thank goodness.
What was the room you reserved to yourself? Give me a number.
How
This
tall
is a
is this building?
6-floor building.
6th floor?
6, yeah. And it has about, we'll say 30 rooms on each floor. It's pretty wide and tall.
3rd floor, into the hallway type of thing. Window to the outside. Almost certainly.
I was gonna say 315. So
That's what I was also gonna
Yeah,
say.
you-
15 V15, but I went lower for 13 for triskaidekaphobia.
we'll say you had room 315, and the room that you guys have been given is room 620. It is actually looking out over most of Greencove, and yeah, it looks out this way to anyone looking at the map.
I am
You can
immediately
see it.
going to check out this room. You
Wait.
can come with me, but I'm going to look
I'm
at
gonna
it.
pull in. I'm gonna pull into and park in front of the building. Seraphim, I want you to do something for me.
Best of my ability. What do you want?
We need to check our heat level here in this area, particularly mine. I would deeply appreciate it if you, as a barely recognizable person, would go inside and excite yourself for the possibility of getting a new apartment.
Should I go with him? I got a new spell.
Excite myself?
Possibly.
Want me
That
to
might
go in
not
there and
be a
just
bad idea. The happy couple entering to get a new place to live. That would sell.
Couple my ass.
couple?
You don't have to be a couple, Razio. It's acting.
Oh,
You
it was
want
a
to-
chuckle.
Do you want to live? Seraphim?
Where? Hang on. Let me.
I cast
Are we-
alter self so that I don't no longer look like a blue slagborn.
Seraphim,
what do
your
you look
name
like?
is Tridic Cauldron. You were
Or
raised up
human.
in a family of 2,
Just a normal person,
and
more or less.
Okay.
Slight
work-
shift in features so that I don't look the same.
you would like to pick up work in Tactile and see what the trade could bring to the town. And you're interested in the room 315. Go ask for an application, and after you ask for an application, ask about room 315 and you're curious about the particular view of that room and if it's any good.
Tridic Cauldron. Interested in tactile. We're looking for room 315. We're looking at room 315.
You and your beloved partner are looking for a new place to stay.
I'll try my damnedest. Are we parked right now? I assume we
Yeah,
are.
we're just sitting outside.
You're parked in. You guys are parked inside the big. There's like a parking complex in.
I was
like,
about to say,
as
I
a
bet you
basement
that's
level.
inside parking.
All right, give me 1 second.
Yeah.
And Seraphim's gonna fucking start taking off the armor. And he's gonna go to where his stuff is and put on his old, like, marauder clothes. Get his,
Okay.
his hood back
Seraphim.
on, and then he puts his mask back on.
Don't go to that room yet.
Oh, I didn't plan on it.
Wait.
Raziel,
have
don't
a-
let him go to that room yet. That's your
I
job.
have. Seraphim, listen. I
I'm
have a way
listening.
to inspect the room, and at that, I hold up my little bitty spider bot that my fucking bike half turned in, it shrunk into. I'm not sure how it works, but it did.
There's a thing called
And I go-
stairs in which it makes it quite easy to discreetly enter floors. We could very easily go to the 6th floor and possibly check it out for ourselves as a 5.
As long as this
I
stays
will
within
say-
100 feet of me, I can see through it, and it is small enough to get through gaps. I can send it where I want.
We also do not have to be discreet because we have the key.
You do have the key to 620.
And I am who I am.
But it was 320.
Plus I'm disguised. No.
It's
315.
You are
315
who you
for
are,
the room that's
Seraphim.
No,
is asking
315.
about.
315 is the room that me and you are going to go check out so we can see the wonderful sights of the beautiful, glorious, purified fucking ocean.
Not what I meant.
Right over there.
You said 620, and I thought you said 320 for the other one.
No, 620 is.
That's why I was
620 is the
double
top
checking.
floor. 315 is mine.
That's why I was double checking.
But I need a stranger to check the heat on this place.
Numbers are good.
And
I think I've got everything I need to remember.
once you
what
ask
we're
about
doing.
all of that, ask if there's been any trouble in the last month or so.
Been any
Around the
trouble?
building. Inside the building.
Any trouble last month or so? Tridic Cauldron. What was the reason for being interested in tactile?
It is your interest and reason for being in the city.
Okay.
We're trying to spread or learn more about it. See if we can get more business for it.
Well, let's go see if we can
You
pull this
guys-
off before I forget.
Well,
Okay.
exactly.
As you and Raziel make your way into the elevator and up to the reception area, you see a robot working the front desk.
He leans over to Raziel. Oh, does it fucking matter at this point? It's a fucking robot.
As you're walking up,
It's still good to be
it
nice.
looks over to you, and its eyes blink as if it's like blinking like a human, and then it says, "Ah, hello, gentlemen. How can I help you today? Welcome to Oasis, Emerald Oasis."
Hi, nice to meet you. Me and my partner here, we're actually wanting to look at a certain room, if that would be possible.
We could get a plan or a form to fill out for it, maybe.
His eyes take a cheerful shape, and he says, "Oh, of course, I'd love to help the happy couple." And he kind of turns very suddenly, like he hasn't been like maintained, and he just kind of jerks over and reaches under the desk and begins to fumble for something, and he hands you a another form with some basic information, and he says, "What room would you like to see? Anything in particular?"
Yes, we were actually wanting to look at room 315, if possible.
View
How did you
seems
know
like
about
it would
such a
be nice.
specific room so fast?
It was just one that came to mind. 315, I think we could see a layout on the side of. It looked like it had a good view. Right in the middle, not too many flights of stairs to go up. It was just, I don't know, just instinct. I hope that's not too much trouble.
Of course not. Once you fill out that form, I could rustle someone up and help you get a room tour for that.
Could I do some kind of check to see if it seems like somebody's controlling it, or if it's doing it, controlling itself? Being an
You would
artificer.
have to do anything with your tools. You would have to like physically like open it and try to fuck with it.
I was wondering more of like a perception check or a insight check type of thing. Wondering if
You would
being
have
an
to do
artificer.
perception. You could do
would help.
perception or insight, but it wouldn't have anything to do with your artificer. It would just be like watching this thing and being like, is someone talking through a microphone, or is this like a semi-automated automaton?
Fine by me. Any information I can get from it.
Yeah.
15 plus something. 16.
What was that for? Perception or insight?
Didn't matter. They're the same. But let's
Okay.
go with perception.
From what you can tell, it seems like it's just an AI, like simple automaton, front desk clerk. But you do notice there are cameras. They're old and have some moss growing over them, but they do still seem functional.
I put a hand on his shoulder. All right, let's get this filled out. With a little playful smile.
No problem.
Just for fuck with it.
And he's fucking writing some bullshit. Fake name, whatever.
Once you finish and
Thank you,
hand it
Ollie,
back to
man,
the
here.
robot, he plugs it into the desk and it begins transmitting information. And he says, "An attendant will be here to show you to the room tour shortly. Let me know if there's anything else you need." And then he just kind of goes back to the desk and just kind of goes to an inactive state. Just kind of looking around, monitoring the room.
Seraphim will lean it close to Raziel. I think we'll wait for the attendant. I will ask him if there was been any trouble in the last month. I think he'll know more, obviously.
I'm not sure there's gonna be an attendant anytime soon. From the state of the area, I doubt anybody physically comes down here unless there's an incident.
I will say, after a few minutes, there is a
Oh, I may be wrong.
young, seems to be another very young, teenage-aged, half-elven girl that comes out and she says, "Are you the couple looking for the room tour?"
Why, yes, we are.
Yeah.
If you could, please show us the way.
He smiles and you see that she's actually missing a few teeth, and she says, "Right this way."
Oh my god.
Oh, wow.
Suddenly, I'm getting the urge to start looking around and causing trouble myself. Fuck, knocked her teeth out.
As you are
Does it
walking up the
does it
stairs,
look like she's bruised?
Brief cutaway as they begin to climb the stairs. I'll look around in the car and I'll say, once they're done in there, we're gonna pack back in, leave, park the car somewhere else in town, and then walk back. And use the stealthiest way to enter the building and get up to 315 that we can. And then we have things to discuss.
I do want to mention as well, there is a communication tower, the same as the comms set up in Hab 3 in the Emerald Oasis, that is functional. So it does have a way to send messages from here specifically. But
Okay.
to answer Raziel's question, no, she does not look bruised. You assume that her missing teeth are from probably it's a wasteland. They
of
can't really take
hygiene.
care of their teeth. Yeah, and like on bunker
I was
A,
just curious.
you can have normal. No, yeah, you just assume she's probably from a place where they don't really take good care of their teeth.
Well, here's the question I would have asked. Or is it like brown, like rotted teeth, or is this like a redness to the rotted teeth? If you don't know, there's a particular drug in the real Earth that stains your teeth red when you use it, and it's around like Middle Asia. Anyways,
I hope
No,
it's
yeah,
not
very
that
common.
then.
This just seems to be she was from a poor town, came to Greencove, which isn't much better. There's not a lot of doctors here. She probably just had a few teeth fall out from some little too radioactive food or something.
Oh, that's understandable.
But as you're walking,
I was just saying, yeah, you could see most of Seraphim's teeth when he fucking takes off his mask. They're there. They're just not the best.
and you get to to the door of the third floor. It's all good. She opens it and she's like, "So what brings you to Greencove?"
Me and my partner are interested in working in tactile, trying to see what we can do around here.
We're trying to expand our business a little bit. See if we can bring some into here. Possibly bring some of what y'all have here back with us.
Greencove's always looking for more merchants to come through and make us some money. She says, kind of with like a chuckle, kind of a very fake chuckle.
Aren't we
I give
all?
a fake chuckle in return.
Yeah, I also everyone's fake chuckle over here.
Specifically fake chuckle.
Yeah.
Oh my
And then, as you walk up to 315, she slides the key card into the door, clicks it, and says, "Here's the room. I can come in and show you around, or if you want me to just wait out here, I can. Is there any questions you have for me? Anything you need to know about the area or the building?"
I am quite curious. Has there been any trouble in the last month? I'm just curious because we're just
New
trying
around
to
here.
Yeah,
Making
new
sure
around
there's
here.
no issues that we need to watch out for.
Yes, we're trying to just be as careful as we can.
Well,
We don't want
the
anything to impact
building,
our new business.
the building does have security. We have automated security as well as on-staff security that watch the building. We don't really have very many problems here. We are kind of further from the main roads, so it's a little harder to come over here and cause trouble. But there was an incident about a week or so ago. The Coliseum, the fight pits. There's a bit of an she says with quotations uprising between some gladiators and a few of the animals escaped. There was some pandemonium in the streets for that, but we have it under control now. She says very matter of fact that she was like, "We do have it under control. That will not happen again."
Stone kind of like Stone coughs and then just like
I was about to say,
fake
Stone's
coughs
not
people
in the
make.
room.
I was about to say, it's
you're
just
with me
me
in
and...
half
it's
track.
not- okay, great.
Yeah,
Yeah, you're with
I
me
would
in
have
the
said
half track.
inside check.
No, he just like sneezes somewhere on the other.
We should cut back to you, Stone sneezing, and I'm just sitting like this.
Interesting
Has Stone told
and
us any
uprising.
stories of his?
And she was like,
Sounds
"You'll
like
see some
Stone's
graffiti here and there of town of these rebels and their so-called mutinies and rebellions for peace and this and that, but I assure you that it's nothing dangerous and it's just loud people being loud."
Well, that puts me at a bit of a better ease of mind.
Could I do an insight check to see how worried she might actually be about what she was talking about?
Yeah, go for it.
This exact interaction is
I'll roll insight too, if that's
perfectly
okay.
illustrates the reason why the song playing right now on a loop is called Pit of Madness.
We're in a pit of madness. Yes.
I got a 16 again.
I
Not
got
pit
a
of madness. The
I got a
pit of
17.
madness.
No wait, 12 plus 7. Oh, I got a 19.
Okay, yeah, I'll do Seraphim's first. Are you just trying to see if she's lying, how truthful she's being, if she's hiding anything?
Basically, I'm sizing her up.
Even though she's like laying it on thick with the hospitality and politeness, you do pick up that this rebellion may be a bit more trouble, but you also gather that they have a fighting pit in a coliseum. It may not
They are
be the
fucking
most
fighting pit,
ethical
man.
thing going on there.
Huh.
But everything she says is, you don't sense that she's trying to lie, but you do sense that she is,
Downplaying it.
yeah, she is severely downplaying whatever's going on, but she
There
is
is
telling
no
the
war in
truth.
Ba Sing Se.
Exactly.
And Blessing say.
It's a good.
All right, that'll be something to keep an eye out for. Rebels and target practice.
Rebel scum.
And then after she answers that, she opens the door and lets you into the room. Serena, how did you leave this room?
Well, empty. There's nothing in there. It's eerily empty, I guess. I do have thought for a conversation, though. I like the way this is going, because it tracks. Because in my head, I thought, you know, it would have been smart, pay 6 months out, so I don't have to come back and pay over and over again. But it tracks that they would just say, they hadn't been here in a while, and just open the room up anyways. So,
They're
yeah,
here
it
to
would-
make money.
it would be empty. What would you find inside? Maybe some like sealed military rations or something like that. What else? Maybe just like a, I'd say the equivalent of like, I don't know, an explorer's pack, but for, I don't know, just a bailout sort of situation. It's a bailout bag. A bailout bag, some cans, if you're digging through cabinets and stuff, right? But it's not like out in the open, but that would be
Bug out
found
bag.
upon deeper inspection.
What is out in the open is
The money and
many
the password.
bottles of alcohol, some what look like common containers for street drugs,
I love this place.
some dirty dishes, but nothing seems to be disturbed. It just looks like somebody came up here and probably had a party.
No, Seraphim kind of gets that, but he's just like standing next to Rousey. I was like, damn, Serena knows how to live it up, doesn't she? She's a fucking animal.
I want to see what she's like when she lets loose like this.
Probably not good for anyone within 5 feet.
I would have ranged that up to 15.
Shit, whatever throwing distance is. He
What
just keeps
we-
walking around the room.
She would just become the opposite of Whisper.
Louder.
Shout.
This shout.
Are you guys checking? Checking the view and stuff.
Yeah,
I
might as
probably would
well.
have walked over there, checked the view, and
We got to make it look convincing. That's what
without,
we said we were.
yeah, like a just random couple checking out a new apartment. We'd have to be walking around the whole thing. We got to make it
Oh.
look like
After a little while, I will radio and just like shortwave and status update. Keep it short if you can.
What do you want to know?
drink too much.
You drink.
Well, firstly, did the fuckers let you in?
Yep.
I fucking knew it. On your way out, say something along the lines of, "We might take
Man,
it.
it's
We
gonna
might
take
not.
a while
May-
to clean up these bottles.
Maybe
But-
we'll be back. Maybe we won't. We'll see what our options are."
At least
Give
it doesn't
the-
look bad, but we'll look at it later. We'll get back into it.
Give
I
the
say this
impression
as
that you're
you're giving me
interested,
the
but this isn't your
instructions.
first choice.
Seraphim's picking up. It does need work, but I mean, we may check out some other options. But this
Oh, you
place
would have
isn't
heard
too
it
bad
too.
itself.
Who's over shortwave in the earwig?
I don't have one of those, I don't think.
If you didn't
Oh, we
have
all
one, I
had-
would have given you one. That was like session
Okay.
2. I don't know if you heard
I
me
was
say
about
that.
to say, that's his tech. Or her
Yeah, I
tech,
straight up like have shit in my pack. That was something we just discussed before campaign. I was like, if anybody doesn't have any kind of earpiece or some kind of shortwave that I can quickly just like tap a button and get in contact, I will give them one.
Let me put that in
Okay.
inventory.
Yeah, Serena did that like session 1 or 2.
Yeah. Well, as you relay that you're not interested in it right now, you have other options. She kind of frowns a little bit, but she says, "Okay, I understand. Let me walk you back down to the lobby."
Thank you much.
Thank you so
Sorry
much.
for the trouble.
Yeah,
we
sorry
are
for
still
the-
thinking
Oh, no.
about it.
Yeah.
No trouble at all. I understand.
This is our first day here, so we're still looking into stuff.
I don't want to mess it up.
Oh, you certainly don't, she says, with a really creepy fake smile,
That's nothing to me. What are you talking about?
with even less teeth showing.
I have
Yeah,
creepy
she's done
smile.
with us
I have
now.
laughed. Seraphim has laughed twice during this campaign.
This
Once
bitch
as the
attended this party. There's
soldier.
no way. I'm convinced now. I was thinking it at first, but like, she knows. She knows.
You will.
Young
I will say she
teenager,
didn't
yes,
say
attended
anything
this
about
party
the
of
mess.
drinking and drugging. What'd you say?
There was no mention. There was no mention of the trash from her. She just stepped over it.
Oh my god.
She knew it was there.
She knew.
It's
All right.
not
Is there
so
anything else you
silent
do
acknowledgement.
before you walk out and meet up with the rest of the group?
No.
I don't
Aside
think
from
so.
the fact that the instant I'm sure that I'm not within camera sight of anything, my form shifts again.
Yeah, once he gets
To look
Um,
completely
Seraphim gets
different than
back.
what I was, so that they
Yeah,
don't
once
think that we're
Seraphim
still a
gets back.
couple. Have we
Yeah,
seen anybody
he-
that already met us?
Yeah, Seraphim puts back on the soldier outfit, takes off the mask. As much as I don't want to be wearing the soldier outfit, I kind of screwed myself on that.
The alter self spell,
Well,
by the
as
way, lets me change what I look like as an action.
Yeah, you change
Anytime.
your physically change what
any
you look
time.
like. Yeah.
Yeah.
Also,
Once you
I
get on
can
the
breathe
half track,
underwater. Among other
once
things.
you get back on the half track, you're able to. You're out of camera view.
Yeah.
And I'll
I would relax
So,
a little bit.
very gingerly
Yeah, no.
start to pull out and start to drive away.
Okay. Would you just place the half track on the map where you guys are going to park it?
All right.
And if you need me to say the name of any buildings, I can.
I'll start simple. So, like, what about it? What's this up here specifically?
That is the first big guard lodge. It's basically where the bandits sleep.
Okay.
That take turns watching the gate.
Large building.
That's the Coliseum.
Yeah, I
That's
thought
the
so.
fight pits.
This.
Shantytown, little gathering where you assume a bunch of the workers who aren't bandits probably live there.
Okay.
In other words, this half track will end up on bricks.
This area.
This is the Greencove prison. This is the kind of like base of operations for the quote-unquote guard. It's where like the head of the guard for Greencove is stationed, and where they hold trials here too for anybody that breaks the law. And then this is just a I believe, yeah, this is just a small like
Their
merchant's stall. Oh yeah, that's what it was. Thank you. It's their armory.
I was about to say that
kind of
if
like
their
their
guard
smithy.
thing's right there, that would be their fix-it thing, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Mhm.
What's this stuff
What I was
here?
thinking of, this is the Capitol building of Greencove, this big temple. And then you have another shantytown here, another shantytown here, kind of like the guardhouse for the Capitol building. And then this is the Serpent's Coven. You will, Serena, you know it as a very popular tavern, and where Packard told you to meet your contact here. And you have the way station for the market. You have a another smaller kind of tavern. It's like a waterfront tavern. It kind of has like some seating outside with like where you can drink and eat. And then you have the embassy to Bunker B and the embassy to Sunflower City here together.
Where's the market?
The market is here on the water.
That's what I thought. Just double
This
checking.
looks like a bazaar almost. So
I was
Yeah,
just
it's
double
like a
checking. That's what I
giant.
thought it was.
It is a giant bazaar floating out on the water.
So you said the club thing is called Serpent's what?
The Serpent's Cavern.
Serpent's Cavern. Is it like closed off parking or anything like that, or is it open?
They have like it's basically like a dirt parking lot, but most people just walk there.
Okay.
It also has rooms to stay in, but they're more expensive since it's closer to like the bazaar and the waterfront and stuff like that.
Or for central
I'm trying to
locations,
aim
so the
for
prices are higher.
an inconspicuous like spot to park where nobody's gonna question the truck parked at the end of the row, or like a parking garage or something like that.
Honestly, the best bet that I could think of would be somewhere like around here, not too far away from the guards area and the club at the same time, because that would be more where the patrols were at. Less
Also
likely for
depends-
somebody to scavenge the
how
car.
big is this? How big is this place? How long would it take to get from here to here?
How busy are the streets we're driving on?
I would probably have you guys roll for traffic, but honestly, like maybe 15-20 minutes. Not too terribly long. Greencove isn't such a big place. It's just mainly that it's so busy because it's a port city where they send a lot of stuff over the water, because it's the one place where boats go in and out of.
Yeah,
For some
because the way the waters sit.
And they have another along the coastline. They have boats that go along the coastline, because if you don't go too deep into the water, it's safe. Even the highly irradiated, you just have to have a specialized boat or like a submersible.
Especially layered boat.
Yeah, it is expensive to travel on the water, but it is possible.
I think
You
I
actually
might.
do see some of those specialized HAB ships parked along here. Human, elvish, just random scrap ones.
I think I might trust the people at the club more than I trust anything else. People go there for a reason. They get out, they go inside, they come out, and they go home. Ideally.
I will say, even though you, Serena, haven't been to the club, you do know that it has a reputation of being one of the safer spots in Greencove, because the owner has been here for so long. It's just like a reputation thing almost. It's like you don't.
Yeah. So not only does it make sense due to it being a club, it's also like it has a reputation. All right. Wouldn't be a bad
Like
spot
people go
then.
there to. The raiders go there to gamble their money away. People go there to enjoy, because it's made out of this big stone temple. Like, it's probably one of the oldest things in Greencove besides the Capitol building itself. It was one of the first things here. It's been here longer than Greencove has, but it was just kind of a way station before Greencove became more popular. And the owner has owned it ever since it has been here.
He was one of the founders of the town then.
Yeah, so I will.
Not a founder of the town. They basically built the town around this club.
Well,
with the,
yeah.
Like, yeah, they're not affiliated with the bandits. That was something I needed to.
That was the secondary reason I had in my head. I was like, I bet they're not affiliated. And I was right.
They have their own guards. They basically have a peace treaty with the bandits of Greencove. Like, I'll keep your boys entertained and in line, and you keep my business protected.
Your Vasker from Skyrim.
Yeah, exactly. It's a lot like that, except with blackjack and drugs.
Blackjack and hookers.
Well, I will begin to make the drive over to the club.
You know what? I'll just say that it took you 20 minutes since you guys are coming through, like, kind of peak traffic. You know what? Someone roll for encounters. For an encounter on the way there. So just roll a D100.
I want to roll.
Roll that D-hundo.
I gotta roll 2 bullets.
Oh ho ho!
77. What a hell of a roll.
As you guys are driving, these two gigantic pterosaurs fly over the water and like fly over the city, and they're so massive that it like kind of shakes cars. It's almost like it shakes all the cars going down the road and kind of like puts everything to a stop for a moment as they like fly over and just like push back off to kind of get higher up into the air.
Is this a common occurrence around here?
Does anybody look like they're freaking out?
Some newcomers look like they're freaking out. The regular bandits, they look concerned, but once the two giant air beasts take back up into the air, they just seem to calm down.
It's a fairly common worrying, but still common.
Common enough that it is still concerning, meaning something gets taken every so often.
I will say, Raziel, you would know that you have seen these hunt before over the more radioactive waters. They just fly down, stab their like sharp beaks into the water, and just kind of pull out whatever irradiated monster they can and eat them.
Oh, monster. Not fish, monster.
Yeah, I heard that designation. Yeah, if those look like they're coming close, we need to get undercover if we see them again.
Yeah,
they
you know that they
stab
don't.
things with their beak and pull giant things out of the water to eat.
You would know that it wouldn't want to eat you. You just know that they are very destructive because they have giant wings, and when they flap them, it's like hurricane level winds.
Brace yourself if they come by. Basically.
But all right, you guys make it to the club. It's very slow right now, it seems like. It seems like most people are still at work. You see a few, like you see a horse parked out front. You see a shitty ass car.
Genuine horse, genuine car. Both probably have 1 horsepower.
I talked
No,
to
the horse, I will say the horse looks like it's in better shape than the car.
God, I
The
hope.
horse has
That's-
3 power.
As we're all getting out and stuff, I'll look around and I'll say, I talked to Packard a few days ago. He said there is someone we could speak to inside this club, but I don't want to do it during the day. I don't want to be seen by everyone while going in. So let's return to the apartment complex, take a back entrance, and see if we can get upstairs without being seen. Have a moment to speak. Plan out our actions here. And then go from there. Is everyone in agreement?
We need to be quick. And I still don't know the information you've been given, but I still already know that my vote was be quick.
Yeah, I'm keeping to what I said. Yeah, going dark. We share it verbally and only when safe.
I can be quick.
Then I will
It's up to y'all to be quick.
start taking us on kind of an ideal roundabout sort of way to get up to back door or side entrance.
Since you're specifically leading, will you roll another D100 for me?
Yeah.
Man, sometimes I wish I was a cleric with the way that some of my D100 rolls go.
I got an 84.
Wanna know why? I just got a 7.
Yeah.
As you guys are walking back, Serena, you get to about here on the map. You're kind of crossing past this shanty town, and I didn't fill them in, but there are little bits of kind of like densely packed jungle, and you go to pass through one of them, and as you're passing through, you see a small bird, and it looks at you, and just kind of makes like immediate eye contact with you. It doesn't stop looking at you as you're walking through this like thicket of jungle.
Would
Like,
you have
you said
pointed
like a
out the bird?
Oh, it's like a small bird, but it
Small
has
bird?
very big eyes, and they seem to have almost a blue radioactive hue to them as it's just looking at you intently.
You would.
Is this bird
The
following
mutants
me?
are attracted to you.
Is it following you?
Yeah.
Yes, it is following you, and it is kind of like chirping in a turning its head, and it kind of looks to everybody else as it does.
I look
would
at
I
it
have
with
seen
my
it?
radioactive hue and just like stare at it. I'm gonna give an insight roll on the bird.
Okay, do
I
it.
was about to say I would have done a nature roll to see if I know what kind of bird this is.
In the
looking at
meantime-
its soul.
As you guys are
I'm looking
inciting
at
this
its
thing, I'm
soul.
gonna make a right turn instead of a left, if you will, and we're gonna head like deeper into the shantytown, and we're going
7
somewhere
plus
else.
7.
We're headed to a thing inside deeper into the shantytown. We're just taking an
So that
interesting
was
route.
It was a 14
I got it.
on your perception or your insight.
Insight. Yeah, I'm doing specifically insight.
It is indeed a bird, and he is looking at you. He seems very curious about what you guys are doing, and he almost looks like he wants to say something to you.
I rolled a 25 on my nature.
On
check.
nature,
Jesus fucking Christ!
you have
Bird
heard
whisperer.
talk. You have heard talk about some birds that kind of fly around in the more jungled areas that they've made that are really, really good mimics. And they're
give it a
very
little-
smart. They're kind of like a cross between a parrot and a corvid.
Oh,
If I hold my hand out towards it, does it seem like it might come and land on my hand?
Roll animal handling.
Fuck it up. Fuck it up.
That's a 13 plus 2. So 15.
It looks semi-interested, but it doesn't make any effort to move towards your hand, but it does look and kind of like acknowledge that you're reaching out to it and kind of give you a puzzled look.
Knows I don't mean it any harm either way.
Yeah, it's just kind of like watching you guys as you go by.
I give a smile and I say he's a mimic bird, from what I understand and what I can remember.
As you say that, he looks at you and says, "Mimic bird. Mimic bird." In your voice, perfectly. No problem. Mimic bird. He's
Damn
no
fine
mimic bird.
He's no mimic. Shit. What?
I will
And then,
stop my alternate routing and turn around and look back at this interesting bird.
As you look back, it looks at Seraphim and then looks back to the group and just goes, "What?" Mimic bird.
What?
And then after it says that, it takes off into the air and just starts going, "What? What?"
Oh, great. I've been tracked.
Well, let's move. Because now
I'm gonna get
his
rid-
voice is yelling what in this forest. Let's go.
Oh boy. Let's speed this shit up. I don't. Actually, you know what?
I was about
I
to
don't
say,
think
add
I
a
would mind.
room
I
in
wouldn't
his
mind dealing
name.
with whatever consequences this brings.
I will take,
do you guys
Go
do
ahead.
anything specific going through the shanty town, or do you just make your way through it, get back to the apartment complex?
I'm being
quick as
very
possible?
roundabout, more than I was already. It is convoluted.
Alright.
It probably takes us probably an hour's
Twice
worth of
the
walking
time.
and zigzagging streets and
I was about
open
to say,
areas.
It takes you about an hour, but you do get there.
Probably
the
a
shanty
couple
town
stops
is
in
just,
parks to act like people that live around here, chit-chatting, and then eventually moving on.
Okay. Well, you eventually get back to the apartment complex at about, let's say, 1:30, 2. And
Then I'll take the most side door, back door, roundabout door to get to the stairs door that no one can see from the angle of the desk. You know, that kind of bullshit. As
Is
much as I
there
can.
a fire escape around the back of the building where there's nobody around?
You think
there
they
was,
built
but
a
it's
fire
not there
escape
anymore.
here? I'm amazed. There was one.
Hey, I was asking.
Color me
I was about
impressed.
to say that.
Considering the size
It
of the
was,
building.
It was pre-war.
Ah, pre-war fire escape. No wonder.
Yeah, it's not
They
there
don't
anymore.
make them like they used to.
Fire marshal's gonna have a fit.
I don't think fire marshals exist either.
Were you wanting to contact Packard, Serena? To like talk to
Eventually.
Bunker A? Okay. I will say you do know that if if you don't want to use the communications rig in the Emerald Oasis, there is a communications in the Human Kingdom Embassy, but it would probably be harder for you to use that one because it is an embassy line.
More protected.
Yeah.
More red phone line.
Exactly.
President's desk, red phone. Emergency, emergency. Fuck.
Okay. I'll think about that. But yeah, I'll try to make my way inside
Okay.
as I figure that out.
As you come in, you see that there's nobody. The only person that seems to be tending right now is the robot at the front desk, and he doesn't. He turns around, sees all of you, focuses in on.
I'm normal looking now. I look completely different than I did when I came in here last time.
Yeah, and I've
He looks
switched
in
my
and-
clothes.
He looks at you, Seraphim, and you, Raziel, for a hard second, and then he goes, "If you need help with anything, just let me know." And then just turns around and goes back to fucking around at the desk.
Yeah, whatever.
Is that remote or automated, Raziel?
That looks automated.
Good.
There are
Stairs.
cameras around though, so
We are
Never mind.
on camera though right now.
never
That's
You
why
would
we're
know
going
that
on
there
the
are
stairs.
cameras, Serena. I was about to say, you would know about the front desk robot and the cameras in the building, Serena, since with you being here, these weren't
Oh, yeah.
additions made. So yeah, you would know. You probably know the layout of this building pretty well.
Oh yeah, I would have cased it just for the sake of this exact thing.
Knowing the
And then,
exits and entrances.
Very quietly
So,
make
yeah,
my
so
way
you
get in and
upstairs.
out.
Which room are you guys going to? Because you will need to get a key from the front desk again if you want to get back into 315. Because she did take that with her. She didn't leave you guys the key.
No, that's
What about
fine.
Serena's key?
You know what?
Does
Oh, yeah,
Serena
that's
still have
true.
a key?
Fuck it.
It was
I'll
her
walk up to the front
room?
desk. I'll approach the front desk and I'll tell everyone else stairs. Wait for me.
We go. Seraphim goes up the floor. Just waits by the stairs.
And I'll
These stairs go
approach
all
the
way
bot.
up to the 6th floor.
As you approach the bot, it looks at you and its eyes kind of flicker for a moment, and then it says, "Detecting previous occupant. Do you have a membership ID?"
Well, if I have one, I'll hand it to him.
I was about to say, yeah, it would be like if you still had the key card to get into this, your residence here, it would have your identification, your ID number on it.
I'll hand it to him.
As he picks it up and holds it, and he says, "Welcome back, occupant 315." And he scans it and just hands it back to you.
All right. Does it like give me the? Is the ID the key or does it give me a key?
No, the ID is the key.
Okay. So
I
I'll,
will say though, you have to scan the keys to make them work on the door. They have to be like activated when you get there. That's what they did for you when you got the 620 key for Reese Crane outside. So he just activated your key. So now you guys have access to both.
You have actually activated my trap card.
I will take everyone upstairs and enter the what was supposed to be empty room.
Okay, so as you all go into 315, as I described before, a little messy. Alcohol bottles, empty drug packets, food containers, a chair flipped over, but other than that, doesn't look like it was damaged.
Is my bailout pack and rations still hidden away?
Were they hidden together?
I'm thinking that I think I'd be clever, probably.
And how deeply did you hide them? Like vents?
I'm thinking like behind a panel in the wall or something, somewhere reasonable, where
Yeah, if
I could just
Hold up this floorboard over here.
yeah, if you hit
I
it like
open
in
the
a
hiding
panel in
spot
the
with
wall-
this.
Yeah, if you hit it in like a panel in the wall or like something like that, it definitely went untouched.
All right. I'll close the door with all of us in there. And I'm just gonna squat down on the balls of my feet. Just gonna hang out for a second. And then I'm gonna open palm, display the message that came in the middle of the room. This is the message that I got earlier.
So, do you think Sergeant Hammer is fine? Do you think this could be a trap?
Don't assume. That would be our downfall. We stick
We'll
to it
go
as
in
much as we
assuming
can.
it's a trap.
We will contact and see if there's word from Alex. As a matter of fact, why not? And I'll try to radio Alex.
Lexi.
After a moment of patching through, you hear the sounds of your hoverbike, Serena, lightly humming in the background. And, this is Alex.
Any chance you got that message?
Message?
I'll relay it to him word for word.
I thought I saw smoke coming from up there. I didn't think anything of it because it sounded like that army from Greencove clashed with the dwarves at that facility. I thought it was just that. Shit.
Something
You
is
hear
at
the,
work here.
You hear the speeders pick up, and he just. I'll try to get there sooner. I'll try to move higher up into the more mountainous areas where they described.
Yes,
You
try
guys
to
doing
take a
okay?
vantage point before you move in too close. We're doing good. We're currently in the safe room in my safe house. We're about to go and see, unless anyone else has another plan, possibly the contact. And then from there,
Market.
probably asking around about materials as much as we can. We'll be here for the rest of today and then possibly all of tomorrow. I'm not entirely certain, but we'll be leaving sometime tomorrow, I hope. That should give us a nice cushion of time to return. But we're not far behind you.
Alright,
You
sounds
might
good.
not meet up with them. Get close, see how things look. Don't show yourself until you're sure you won't get shot or captured.
If you
Keep
get
in
shot,
contact.
it'll bounce off. What are you talking about?
Once you arrive and you've assessed, don't forget our discussion before you left. When you arrive and all is either well or well enough for you to contact us, do so, and we will discuss further. I'm like languaging and alluding to the phrase that I had mentioned before we had broke camp. But when you
Alright,
arrive,
I
get
can do
there and
that.
let me know how you're feeling and what things might be like the next day.
Can do. Alright, you kids stay. Click. 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 Click.
He got within range of their signal, possibly.
Look at Razio. A blackout zone?
That would explain a lot. Why nobody, if they've been doing this like this, has heard anything from them. Or
I've
about
never
it.
worked in a blackout zone. Maxon, do you have any experience with this? A fully communications blocked area.
Jackson?
I don't know if your microphone disconnected or not. I don't hear you if you're talking.
He did say he was tired earlier. What if he fell asleep?
I hope
I
not.
don't know if he didn't fall
That is a
asleep, shit.
possibility.
Like Sharp too. Sharp's been quiet.
Woo!
Oh,
I just
he's
haven't
there.
had much
Okay.
to say in terms of.
All right, that's
He hasn't been
fine,
in
just
most of the
making sure you're still here.
conversations.
Yeah, so I've just been kind of here. I mean, it gives me the opportunity to speedrun Resident Evil 4, so I'm feeling.
Oh yeah, I was about
As
to
long as
say
keep an ear out.
we're gonna have more interactions here in a sec. I knew you guys wanted to have like this reconvene up in the apartment.
I'd
But,
I'll
Make
be
sure
real
everybody
honest.
knows where the safe spot is to go back if we get separated while we're doing our checks and looking around town.
I'll be real
Good idea.
honest. You don't know how tempted I was to try to roll stealth checks to avoid y'all and go to 620. I almost did it. I was this close to fucking secret just DMing Gavin. You would
Honestly,
not have found me
I would have
either.
probably tried to do a sleight of hand to put my little spy bot on Seraphim, just in case he did do the ghost.
Your sleight of hand. Can it beat a passive perception of 20?
I doubt it.
What do you think you're doing? Alright, back to combo at hand.
That depends on if I get a
Blackout
natural
zone.
Yeah,
20.
I was about to say, well, Robert's out.
Hey, most of the way. This will be
Fuck.
a bridge to cross when we get there. There's no point in worrying about it now. It doesn't do any good. So I think we should maybe take a little trip upstairs. What do you think,
I will
Seraphim?
say,
Yeah.
Stone, how are you feeling right now? Just generally.
Generally, he's feeling like, I wouldn't say paranoid, but more or less, I should keep out of sight.
I was about to say, I will, people have, like, they look at you and they kind of, like, are taken aback, but they see you're walking with people and they don't really think
Is
much of
any
it.
of his behaviors overt? I have been like trying to keep an eye on the side because like I know he had not direct objections, but he seemed the most objectable to coming here. I am curious.
say
Yeah,
you
cloak
probably-
could have been hidden in.
You probably do notice that he's trying to more or less just stay out of sight and just fade in the background.
Do we not have a big cloak?
That's what. Yeah.
He does.
I,
He had a cloak that he brought with him, and he also has a Greencove bandit cloak, but that would not cover him. It's like a half cape.
that's a left sleeve.
That's
But yeah, if you want Stone to have just been kind of like cloaked, like wearing his cloak, just kind of sticking to the back, he could have definitely been doing that.
It's up to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's just trying to seem as the least amount conspicuous as he possibly
No, yeah. I was about to say, like, with you traveling with such a big group, you haven't really drawn that much attention.
Seraphim's glowy enough. He can distract. He can take the eyes off you.
I was about to say, like, yeah.
There's a blue man and a partially other blue guy. There's a blue crackled energy guy walking with y'all's group, and I'm not really trying to hide it. If we're not trying to do a stealth thing,
I give them my trademark
My ultra stealth went away.
grin, which is just I look at them.
Oh, hey, Robert.
You back?
I was in the bathroom. What happened?
Oh, no,
okay.
you're all good.
Rewind slightly. Okay, so a minute ago we were discussing the news that we got about like what was going on at the caravan, and we were talking to Alex, and during that communication, right as he went to sign off, the connection cut, and then there was that clicking again, and I looked at Raziel and asked him if he thinks it's like a blackout zone. And then I looked at you, because and I said, I don't have any experience with blackout zones. What about you, Maxon? Do you have any experience with these?
Blackout zones.
No communication, all communications jammed out.
I did. When I was in orbit back home, someone sent out a pulse that knocked out a whole city for a day. Somebody's up to something.
I was about to say, if anyone would like to roll an investigation for this.
Yeah, I would know about like jamming in general. Like, yeah, of course, you know, you go into a battle, shit's jammed, obviously. But like, in terms of a situation like this, I have no experience. I don't know. Like, I don't sabotage. I wouldn't know what to do to deal with this. If I did sabotage one, it was guided directly.
Sorry for leaving.
I have no
but
idea.
I had to go to the bathroom.
Oh, you're good.
Oh, no,
For a second,
okay.
we were worried you might have fell asleep or something. We were like, oh no.
Because you mentioned you were tired earlier, and we're like, oh god, he conked out.
No, I'm perfectly fine, even though I'm running on an hour and a half of sleep.
I feel that.
I fucking
rolled a 19
two kids. I know, man.
I know that feel.
A
If
19
you guys have ever-
investigation.
Yeah.
Oh,
Have you
dude.
guys have-
Yeah.
Have you guys ever had that, like, when you get... I'll ask real quick. When you get tired, but for some reason you try to sleep, and when you relax...
And
you
it just
get, like,
doesn't
that
happen.
feeling in- It's like... It's like... I don't know how to describe it, but it feels like the nerves in my body, like, I can feel them pulsing for some reason.
You're just awake.
Just all that energy, yeah.
My
Capital
eyes have
A.
been closed for 3 hours, and yet I'm still here.
Yeah.
I know the feeling.
I know that well.
With a 19 investigation, Raziel, you are fairly certain that they are using this to knock out comms so they can strike. Because it happened right before that group showed up at the factory you guys found. It happened, what you assume, shortly before they got attacked at Harvest 2, and it happened now. And it also seemed to be happening when you guys were getting monitored, so this seems to be a calculated way to gather information and block out comms for strikes for the dwarves.
So
These
when
aren't
it cut out on me on
pulses,
the
these are
first time...
constant.
So with everything that's been told to me so far, reflecting on the previous two instances, well, 3 instances now with the communication with Alex. So thinking about Sato in the when we were near the machine, thinking about when I contacted Hammer, tried to warn him, and the message cut out, the message he sent me now, the conversation with Alex, all of these things combined. So when I contacted Hammer and I tried to warn him of the dwarves, and then the contact cut out, can I is there any way I could determine, was that information gathering, or was I being cut off by coincidence of timing, or was it preventing me from warning him?
You assume that it was doing both covering, so information didn't
Yes.
leak, and they were probably striking around that time.
Okay.
They probably realized that you guys were away. They caught you guys at the factory, and so they were
We're
like,
aware that they're doing something, so they're striking while they can before we get back.
Strike while the iron is
especially
hot.
with all the information they had gained with you guys being on the ship, knowing that there isn't a lot of crew. It's mainly just Hammer and his bots and Doc Green with a few lackey soldiers from the other units.
We gave full inside information to them.
This isn't for certain, but there's a chance that with this thing turned on, communications may not be going into Harvest 2, but there may not be anything coming out either.
I will say that Morse code, the code message you got,
Yeah.
it was sent at a different frequency, and it was almost like a secretive. It was almost like it was like a secret code.
That's
Like if you
basically
wouldn't have had Sato there to decipher it, you probably would not have
Yeah,
known, because
there's
he's
no way.
just so happens to be programmed with Irmos code talk.
that makes
Yeah.
me think of Transformers putting a tone through the phone to get to the military to call down a strike.
I will say, the code that you found that was hampering Sato was specifically in Dwarvish. This one translated immediately to Common.
No,
And
I don't
normally
want
when
a
you
premium
get-
package.
I'll kind of think for myself for a moment. I'm not sure how to approach this. I'm not a saboteur. I don't know what to look for or signs of how to track this particular item down to shut down their jamming. But
Simple. We take them out one by one when they least expect it.
I
That
don't
is
know.
something I
Yeah,
can.
there's
That is
systems.
something I can do.
Without
Don't forget, I had to walk past that land bridge. I know a thing or two about keeping quiet.
We can get a hold of one of their signal transmitters. I may be able to figure out a way around it, but without that, I probably can't help with anything at the moment.
Are you guys
Sure.
saying this out loud?
yeah,
Yes.
As Raziel mentioned, if I could get a hold of their signal, Storena, in your lens, you see another small text message. Can help. Let me be useful, sir.
Do you immediately tell that to us?
my head definitely pops up. With like reacting to something.
That's immediately got my attention. What happened?
And then you see, bring me back, sir. I'm ready to serve.
Raziel.
Look more puzzled than before.
I'll not skeptical like last time. This time it's more of a curious skepticism. I'll hand it to you. Scrub this one more time. Look for the look through the information. It says it's ready.
Alright.
Sato says it's ready to help. It wants to be brought back.
Can I inspect
Um,
his arm?
Yeah, since
Computer?
you rolled so high on the first thing, I'm not gonna make you roll again. You open up the code, and where the dwarvish malware was, you see code in a deep sterling silver in place of it in common, and it matches in with the rest of the code, but it's like glowing now, and it matches the text of the message that was sent to you in code.
Silver.
Looks like you have a new passenger that might be more useful than the last.
I'm not sure
Can
what I would say
check
to it.
this in any way to see if how trustworthy or where the source might be? Can I figure out any information about this new silver code that I'm staring at?
Make an investigation.
I think I know what it is.
And you said it was in common?
I got a dirty
Yes,
20.
it is in common. Dirty
Okay.
20.
Wait, would this count towards my advantage rolls for using my stuff, or because I'm using
no, it's
tools
in-
to inspect it, or is this just looking at the code?
You're just looking at the code. You're not tinkering
It's
with
dirty
it
20.
anyway. Okay. Dirty 20.
Even if I
you
can just
cannot
glean a
tell-
source, any kind of source.
It seems old. Old, but calm. It gives you the same feeling as when you were in the Hab, like when you were living there.
I think you've got some. Oh fuck! What was his name?
Hammer.
The leader of the Hab. The leader
Hammer.
of the Hab. What was Hammer? It looks like you may have Hammer's little friend connected to you. This feels similar to the Hab. So I think we should be able to trust this one. I think he infiltrated your systems. So I should be able to activate this, and it might give you another personality that can help us.
I was about to say,
Sure.
with
That's what we need, another
with-
personality.
With a dirty 20, you
This one's not
recognize
on me,
that
so
this somehow, some way, this code was transplanted onto Sato in like a backdoor way to the communication he read. Like as he was reading the communication to you all, it seemed to have downloaded this
It
software
connected
into
and
him.
set up.
But it did it in a way that didn't.
That I'd have
it
to
seemed
turn it
have
on
just-
so it wouldn't take over. To gain
Uh,
trust.
I will actually say no. It seems like it was just waiting here for you to see that it's here, so it didn't scare you.
Ah. Showing
I'm not
And,
the only
Yeah,
one with split
that
personality
sounds-
disorder now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that sounds like the best explanation. Most viruses need to just be clicked on to launch the code.
Mhm.
So
And I will say that
Big knowledge, so it should wake up.
Raziel, you are so confused how it got here because there is no sign of any, like, everything else has like a download, like it's basic computers. It has like it
I
shows
can
the history of where
find
it down.
the history of it. Yeah, I can
This
see what's
leaves
happened,
no
and this
history.
just fucking showed up.
Yeah, you assume that it came from that message because it is the same color and it feels like it's almost telling you in a way.
As I'm sitting here looking at this code, I say out loud, as I'm pretty sure you can hear me and you, whatever you are. I think we're gonna have to have a talk. And if there's any way that we can do that through one of my bots instead of Sato to save Serena, we'll try and hook that up for later. As I hand Sato's terminal. Is it even Sato anymore? What is your name? And I hand it back.
I'll strap it back on my arm and I'll say, introduce yourself, Sato, if there is anything to introduce.
As you say that, a silver beam, a silver hologram actually, pours out of the out of where Sato usually projects his holograms, and you see what looks like a projection of one of Hammer's mithril nanobots. And it's standing very regally with its hands behind its back, no face, just kind of looking out to you all.
Well, that slightly explains how you got there a little bit. I bet you he infected your wrist comm with nanobots while we were still on the hab.
He was looking
As
at
you
his plans a little weird, if I remember correctly.
As you say that, the hologram looks over to you, Raziel, and it says, I am in most of your technology, but you have no reason to fear.
When can you tell me to...
I can tell that...
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. I was going to say, I can tell you're not malicious, so that will come in handy when me and you need to have our talk about what you are, because I am curious. You are older than you seem.
Tell me.
What I am is the servant of Sergeant Hammer, and he is in trouble, and he has entrusted me with you for the time being. I am here to help you. I am here to get you back so you can keep my master safe. I am currently running the HAB units in evasive maneuvers, but I cannot do that forever.
So what's our clock? How long do we have before you may not be able to continue to get back to you to fix this? Or do you have an idea yet?
Assuming they continue to pursue, I assume that my evasion routines will become trackable within 3 to 4 days' time.
That is unfortunately not very much time.
Then while y'all are getting supplies, I'm going to be working on the PC truck to see if I can speed it up a little bit.
It's not a
'Cause I
bad
know
idea.
my bike can go faster. We need to be able to get that big thing to go faster. And I'll probably need a guard of some sort.
As you
Just
all
in
are
case.
saying this, you see the automaton look down sadly. It seemed Dr. Green's condition is worsening as well.
What?
She has isolated herself in the infirmary. She is currently entering a rejuvenation pod. She is safe, but will no longer be of help to us on this unit. As you all are looking around, the hologram looks to all of you and just says, "You will help my master."
I will help. It's how that we have to figure out. I need something from you first. Excuse my terse tone. I need confirmation from you on something that I have questions about. While I trust that this may be real, good faith, no nefarious purposes hidden in smoke. What can you say to me that will make me believe that through this, I didn't infect the HAB unit, therefore any software, any computing system, or even Hammer himself with the dwarvish malware?
The being kind of holds its hands out, and just what looks like just straight data just kind of begins pouring out. There is no code, no program that can disrupt me, and I will never let anything harm my master. I need you to bring me metal and ammunition and magnets. With these, I will be able to easily protect the HAB units from anything.
I'll add it to the list.
Metal, magnets, ammunition.
So it seems the deception runs deeper than we thought.
That much is clear.
I feared they may be under attack. I thought it likely, but I didn't want to bring hopes down. Fortunately, I'm not an individual that operates on hope, nor despair.
As you say that, the hologram's head lifts up. You're being attacked again.
Indeed.
Is there
We will
anything else that
continue
you
as
need?
such. Not for now.
Take care of your side of stuff for now. We'll deal with this until we need you again.
No, we're stretching the timeline by continuing to speak.
Very well, and it just goes away. The room becomes noticeably darker now without the bright, shining silver light.
I won't ignore that there is a room upstairs that needs to be investigated. Let's do that quickly.
And then we'll meet our contact we need to talk to.
Then nightfall, then contact.
Let's get this
Tomorrow
done.
morning,
I also want
we'll hit
this
the
over
market.
with.
And as soon as we have all the materials we needed, as well as new requested materials.
If we can get out of here, we need to get out of here by noon tomorrow.
Yes, ideally.
That way we can be on the road and moving.
I will help guard you as best as I can, Raziel, if you wish to tinker with the truck. I don't know if it'll be me guarding you. I may have to figure something out about that. But I will help.
Is there a phrase that would help them listen to me? If needed?
No. No.
It's worth a try.
Just trust the
and
process.
I give a chuckle.
Somebody will be
Well,
with you
I've met
shortly.
at least one or two others with you. So, I haven't had any issues out of any of them yet.
Does anyone have anything to add?
Yeah.
Not to take the words out of your mouth.
No, I was about to say, like, you literally, like, broke the fourth wall just then.
like I said, she's the planner. I'm not a leader, but I am a planner. I will keep us moving. Does anyone have anything else to add? It has been made clear by this bot that it is time to get a move on.
Go.
Speak now or hold your peace until tomorrow after we leave town. And don't forget the code phrase if needed.
Seraphim points to Serena. If you have any questions,
Expect
you need
my
to ask
absence
me right
tomorrow.
Okay.
Well, in that case, if you have any questions, you need to ask me now, before I switch or can't find you. So I'm sure you have a couple still.
Not anything professional. My questions can wait. But if that's all, let's make tracks. Or hopefully none. 6:20 awaits.
Let's go.
Up we go.
All right. Who opens the door to 620 as you walk up?
I want to
Seraphim
inspect
has
it
the
before
key.
anybody touches
I
it.
would have given it to you.
Yeah, and Seraphim will do a perception check on the door.
Before we go in, I would like to call a brief pause. She needs to go to the bathroom, and I also want to get a drink if we want to take a quick, like, pee break or something.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay. BRB.
Yeah. Hoot nanny, hoot nanny. I'm trying to think of in what way I could try and speed up the vehicle. The half track.
I mean, you
We
could
might be able to
shop
overclock
for
the
auto
engine.
parts. Yeah, like just.
Well,
would
you're
just ask
forgetting,
around.
I have random resources in my pouch for my artificer stuff anyway. I was just trying to think if I may have something related to speed, but I don't think I would. Not for that, probably not.
Well, with repairing to some extent, Stone might be able to help, since he possibly during some time would have came across a manual he read, because he doesn't care what it is, he just reads everything.
Yeah. Well, it's more not maintenance, more of a enhancement, a fine tuning of the
In that
engine,
case,
possibly.
Honestly,
might
I was about to
Or-
say, if you're looking to do engine work, that's going to be like, because these trucks are built very tough and dense, you would have to like take the entire front of the chassis off to get at the engine, and
I was trying to think of what I could do within the next 24 hours to make that thing go faster and not fall apart, so that
you
we
could
could
just
get
perform
back
some.
in time.
With it being a military vehicle and you not having very much experience with that specifically, just the tech in general, you could probably glean that anything that you want to do to make it faster is going to take longer than a day, but you can at least make sure that it's like in tip-top shape, ready to run at its best when you guys leave. If you want to take some time to do that tonight.
Then yeah, I probably would have just.
I'll probably try to help in any
checked
way I
out.
can, because I'm good at heavy lifting.
Okay. But yeah, like just any big modifications, like to increase speed and stuff with how they build these trucks, it would just be
Take too
you
much
would
to
spend,
do.
yeah, that you would be like having to, like I said, like take basically the entire front of the truck off just to get to the engine.
New York, New York. It's a hell of a town.
Why do I think of the second Gremlins movie every time I freaking hear that?
Because I think of the second Gremlins movie every time I sing it.
Exactly.
Alright, I'm back.
I love
New
that.
York.
That,
Okay,
that
is
dude
everybody back?
Literally dying.
Did everybody?
Still singing it.
Yuck.
Robin, have you returned also?
I suddenly have to go to the bathroom, but I will be able to hear you, and I have a set of dice and stuff in here in case I need to roll. I'm gonna be a minute.
Oh God, that is preparation.
Fuck yeah.
Good for you, man.
Everyone's silent. I'm rolling my emergency piss dice.
My tablet's got my character sheet on it, so that's
They
mobile already.
better be yellow.
I will be buying
They
you
better
yellow
be
dice
yellow
for this
colored
purpose.
I'm
Yellow
gonna
and
give
purple.
my-
I mean, brown. I don't know why I said purple.
I've got brown, don't worry.
Ooh.
I got some brown dice I can lend
Oh,
him.
I got a lot of brown dice too. I forgot about those.
The ones from Dollar
Yep.
Tree or whatever.
Yeah, the ones I told you about. Yeah, I have them stashed away. I have a whole bunch of them.
I bought like 4
That'll be my gift.
I bought,
Too much fucking cheese today.
I bought 4 sets of them.
Man,
That'll
nobody
do
can
it.
blame you for eating cheese, dude. It's cheese.
Jesus, cheese.
I had pizza at Jackson's house with the pizza with a cheese, and then Lizzie ordered pizza for dinner.
That was good. It was a good snack. That was good.
Man,
Cue
pizza's
the
amazing.
James
can't go
May
wrong
putting the
with
cheese on the table. Cheese.
Cheese.
Even if you feel like crap later, pizza's always worth it. I don't care. It's pizza.
I saw him watch that meme. He doesn't understand it. He was like, I don't know why that's funny. Anyways, yeah.
Is Robert back yet?
Yes.
Oh, there he is.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure. I couldn't hear everybody. But okay, so what was your perception roll to check the door, Seraphim? As you went to
Cheese.
cheese. With a roll of cheese. Let me check
All I
the
know is
books here.
cheese. I
What
haven't
about
rolled.
Misses.
If anyone's
had to-
ever
I had
read
to-
Treasure Island,
Oh no,
cheese is
adjust.
just the funniest crap ever.
Cheese.
It's like, wait, what? You've been on this
25.
island for like 5 years by yourself. What's the first thing you want?
The cheese hasn't been on screen in a while.
The door doesn't look trapped, but it does have a layer of dust on it. It looks like it hasn't been opened in a while. It does look like it even looks
open
like
it.
there may have been some.
Oop.
Even with the key card, the door's locked. Seems bolted.
Do I notice you struggling to get inside?
I don't know. I don't make it obvious.
Okay.
But what you do notice is I take, I'd say about 10 steps back, and I run at the door.
If I see you back up to go charge the door, I will like grab your shoulder. Hang on. And then
Dodge.
the only answer I give you is
Dodge.
I hold up the metal arm for a second. If you don't stop, that's on you. I'm just letting you know, like, what I would have done if I couldn't grab your shoulder and say, wait.
You probably would have. Yeah, he just.
But if there's
Heat
no
of the
chance,
moment.
I'm game.
If you put out the metal arm, just.
Do you want to hit the door? Would it make you feel better to hit the door? The door is not Reese Crane. The door is a door.
I.
There are dwarves attacking our caravan. Save it for them. And I'll walk up. Dan, you tell me what I need to do, but narratively at least, I walk up and I'll just like stick my fingers in the little, you know a door jam? I'll stick my fingers in that area and then just squeeze and just crush
Wait
the
a
whole thing
minute.
together.
Wait a minute.
You tell me what we do from here.
I
Give
almost.
me a. Oh, what's up?
I could. Sorry. I would have shot the door. I wanted to run through the door. I can pick the lock on this door. I can try.
I'll
Before
put my
you
fingers
squeeze
into the
it and
door and
break it.
stop, and I'll just like,
He said the door
Less
looked like it had
invasive.
been bolted closed.
Bolted.
Wasn't that what you said?
It is bolted.
Yes, yeah. It
What-
seems like when you pushed against it, you definitely felt like there was something like welded or screwed into the side, like someone installed a bar on the side of the door.
And then instead I'll say that it was. There's a bar. I can tell.
all right, I'll just punch a hole in the door.
You fuck.
Just
Surely it's
just
not very strong.
Give me a strength roll, I guess. Like a roll plus your strength.
So yeah,
You know what? Just actually
strength or
give
an
me an
attack
unarmed
roll or
strength.
whatever you want.
Yeah, just give me an unarmed strike.
I'm sure. All right. My bread and butter. Where did you go? Natural 1.
A fucking course.
I think I hit right where the bar is, and I just like, I know what I do. I do hit where the bar is, but that's not why. Well, that's secondary reason as to why I don't punch through it. I use my right hand. I'm not thinking about it, because like I stick my fingers into the thing, and then when you tell me about how it didn't move at all, and you think there's a bar, I go to punch it and forget to use my left hand. If anybody wants to insight why I did that, sure, I don't care.
Crack the finger.
But yeah, there's a silent.
Why?
You do hear
I'm so glad to know that even you have some kind of fault.
I hit the bar. Ow.
Do you
I will
not
say,
have a bar?
Do I
fight?
take damage from that, by the way? I'm fully willing for that. I have no arguments.
I
I'll
fucking
say
hope you do.
roll a d4.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely, like, earned that. 2.
The door is a little bit more dented now because even without your robot arm, I know you're still pretty strong. But yeah, you.
No, that stopped me. If it's
Okay.
it
was
did
about
its
to say-
intended job, even if
So-
damaged.
It's a hell of a
I've
bar
had
in
enough.
that door.
I'm done playing around. I'm done playing around. Seraphim fucking pulls out his shotgun, and
I'll
I
step
am
back.
going
No
to-
arguments.
I'm going to use.
No arguments.
I'm going to use my cool new ability, Violent Shot, if need be.
Is this gonna be
Well,
like a
that's
CQC
Just make an
operation?
attack
Just
roll.
shoot out all the hinges with the shotgun and then kick the door in?
I'll just roll my 1. I don't think this is a surprise attack. Oh shit, 27. Does that hit?
No.
I should have used my inspiration.
No.
No, yeah, that definitely hits. Are you?
Wait a minute,
Where are
I'm
you
using-
aiming specifically?
It's middle of the door, but I just realized I'm using my shotgun. This does have advantage on 20 feet. I'm
Oh, yeah.
obliterating this fucking
Bye door.
29.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Even better. So yeah, that
There you
hits.
You don't just hit the
Roll
door.
die
You
damage.
really hit that door.
This is shotgun does, I think. Yeah, this is shotgun.
Hit. No, that very hit.
That's an advanced hit.
This isn't darkness. This isn't. What does he say? This isn't your average darkness. This is advanced darkness.
This is advanced darkness. Oh my god.
I'm expending 2 fucking grip points just
Oh
for this.
fuck yes, dude! Blow out Nova
Only
on a
23.
fucking door.
God damn, I rolled 2 2s and a 1. And 2
You-
4s.
What does he do to this door?
If that doesn't do it, I have heat and metal,
I have extra
and I
attack.
can warp that
Don't forget,
shit.
I have extra attack now.
If the door doesn't go
Honestly-
down, I will reach through a hole, metal arm this time, and just zink, and just pull the bar off
I
if
was
there's
about to say,
actually
yeah,
a bar.
no. There's now a large hole in the door above the bar. If you would like to reach in and try and rip it off.
Nope, extra attack. I now aim where the
He's
bar
just
is.
gonna keep going.
I know him with the
Go
bar.
for it.
I'm
Yeah,
wasting
I
this
just wait.
ammunition.
I know.
don't
I know
care.
what's happening. I know the moment I missed and didn't get. I wasn't gonna get
I
another
know what's
opportunity.
happening here.
I was, gonna say,
I
yeah,
was
this thing has
expecting
like
not to have
an
another
AC
opportunity.
of 5, so you hit it.
I used another violent shot at 20. Oh wait, hang on, +5. I didn't have my +5.
Are you aiming
25 damage.
specifically at the bar, or just at
Yeah.
where the bar and the door kind of meet?
I turned the shotgun sideways so I hit more of the bar, but I am hitting the fucking bar.
Yeah, you obliterate it, and the rest of the door just kind of creaks for a bit, and then just falls to the side.
I
And
still
Now
kick
we
it
gotta
in.
Hurry up before everybody shows up. So everybody in as quickly as possible to look around the place so we can leave.
I'm
I will
perception check.
I was about to say, you don't even need to hear a perception check. You hear a familiar voice say, "What was that?"
What was that?
Yeah, she's already up here.
I'm gonna. No, I was about to say I'm gonna give you guys 1 action each in this room before you have to figure out if you're gonna try and book it out of here or talk your way out of this, because that was loud.
So what was that? Was that the tour girl?
Yeah, it's the tour girl.
I'm gonna walk down the hallway. I'm thinking this before she even said anything. Honestly, I'm gonna start stepping down the hallway and let the 4 of them investigate. I'm gonna try to find whoever said that, just out of curiosity, and attempt to clear this up if I can. But we can come back to that.
All right, yeah. So who wants to go first into the room? I'm assuming Seraphim.
Yeah,
Take
I'm looking.
your.
Look around.
So I am looking. I want to see if is there either notes or some kind of data pad, something, anything for note taking. Just I'm trying to look specifically.
You see a smashed data pad, some random notes, everything covered with dust, You also see empty bottles of water, moldy food packets that are half-eaten,
All right.
and you see a
grab-
map with some strange markings.
I grab all the
Uh,
notes, the broken data pad, and the map. I just like am scooping up all this paper, and I am
Do you
fucking.
take it? Do you look at the map or do you just grab it?
Throwing it all at Raziel.
Yeah, it's just.
Raziel,
I have a job for
oh,
you.
shit, fuck.
Would
He's just-
detect magic catch anything?
Detect magic?
Yes.
No, there is nothing here. It is stone quiet. The only thing your detect magic is picking up is the security cameras.
That's the only action I could think of to do during this one round that might do any good, because I'm not really good at investigation or perception.
See if you left any weapons behind.
Oh, wait, I have a +4 investigation. Never mind.
Okay,
I would
you
have
can
probably
do that
investigated
instead
then.
and roll that. What are Maxon and Stone doing? Are you helping with the investigation, or are you gonna go out into the hall and try and like help with a distraction if need be?
I should probably help with investigation because I can smell.
I'm going
things.
outside.
Okay.
I'm finally going to do something, anything. I'll go outside.
No, yeah. Yeah, so yeah, you go outside and Raziel,
Yeah,
roll
what a good one.
investigation. Stone, if you're going to be relying on scent, roll perception for me. And then Maxon, do you go the same way as Serena, or do you go a different direction?
Perception.
I'll go a
is
different direction.
What? D20
Okay, so we'll say
perception.
We'll say that Serena went left and you went right, and we'll come back to you guys in just a second after Raziel and Stone.
I rolled a 23.
For investigation, right?
Yeah.
That's 21 perception check.
Okay, Stone, the smells in here are putrid, gross, old, stale. No one has been here in a long time. By the food sitting out, it's like moldy, rotten, you assume a couple of months, because there's still some kind of matter, it's not just like dust. Raziel, what are you looking for exactly? Because you saw Seraphine come in and grab all that stuff and hand it to you to put in the bag. Are you looking for anything else? Like, are you looking somewhere specific? Are you checking, like, could you roll
Taking
really high?
inspiration from the room we just left, technically, of Serena's, I would have been looking for any kind of bug out anything. I would have been looking for
Okay.
any kind of secret compartment, anything hidden that they didn't want found, anything like that of any sort that I could find in the room.
You open a small compartment in one of the walls, and it just has an envelope that just says, "To my kid."
Oh shit.
Be a good time to cut away back to me.
Probably.
Yeah, I was about to
The
say, as
suspense.
you
I got
find
nothing
that-
to comment on that one.
The anticipation.
As you see that, we will cut to Serena. As Serena's walking, roll a flat d20 for me.
Yep. Hang on. Let me get it. Cheeto fingers.
And,
Or talkie fingers
I
in this
also
case.
I want Maxon to roll a flat d20 for me
5.
as well. 5?
Okay.
We're just having some flat rolls of fate.
15.
15. Okay, Serena, you do not catch the attendant lady. You catch what seems to be a very, very tall human carrying a spiked bat with a bear pelt over his shoulder, and the bear has antlers that are kind of like poking off one shoulder. And he just looks down at you and goes, "I heard a noise. Gunfire."
I
you?
was I'll come around the corner, or however I approach this individual. And sorry about that. Where did the girl go? I wanted to inform her there's no problem. It was a misunderstanding. A friend of mine was attempting to enter his room and got a little frustrated. Temper problem. May have shotgunned his door slightly to get inside. He hasn't been in a little bit. And the second shot was also frustration. Just letting out steam. I just wanted to let her know that everything is all right. No need to report an incident.
He looks at you, kind of like looks around the corner. What's the ID number?
By the way,
Say, what was that?
what's
You
the
got the
ID
ID number
What
for
do you
that
ask?
room?
It's like, okay, so is he asking me the ID that I saw on the data pad when the kid dropped it earlier?
Yes.
He wrote it on the
Yes, like-
back of the truck.
Okay,
didn't he?
I will list that number off to him.
Yes, because that is the fellow who owns that room's ID.
Yeah, he pulls out a data pad and checks it, and he's like, "Please stop shooting the fucking doors."
Yes, I apologize. I tried to calm him. He was getting frustrated, but ultimately of course, these individuals, there's lots of them around here. The frustration won out.
He just sighs and just turns around and heads back down the hall, and then we cut to Maxon, who does run into the lady from earlier. How are you walking, Maxon? Are you just kind of casually walking? Are you trying to like make it look like you don't know what's going on?
Just walking around, kind of just looking to the left, to the right, and then back to myself.
Okay. As she's running by, she stops and looks at you, and she's like, "What was that? Did someone fire a gun? What's going on?"
And then Max is like, "Wait, somebody has a gun?"
Somebody has a gun.
Have all know, wasn't it?
I'd be more. I'm suspicious of somebody if they don't have a gun.
No kidding.
She just
Yeah, I
sighs
know.
and she just walks past you.
You weren't distracting enough with your airhead attitude.
I will say though,
I was
she-
distracting enough. Yeah. I mean, that's the whole idea. Just, you got a little bit of gaslighting, just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Like, was that a gun? Or was it something else? I mean, I don't know. Maybe.
Yes, like gatekeep, girl boss. Go Mason.
Yeah, hell yeah.
That's great.
All right, so do
Awesome.
you just stay in that part of the hall, or do you kind of like try to tail her?
I'm gonna, try to tailor just a little bit.
Okay, can you roll stealth for me?
Okay.
Unless you're trying
You
to
just
make it
said something.
like, unless you're not
Yeah.
trying to hide it. Unless you're just
Like
like
you went, "Oh,
kind of
a
just
gun?
blindly walking behind her.
Follow."
Yeah. Unless you want to do that, you could.
Really? There's a
you know
gun?
what?
Let me
Yeah.
see.
I'll do that.
Okay. I was about to say like,
He looks around. Huh? A foe?
A foe? What who?
as you just slowly
Fear.
walk behind her, or as you kind of catch up pace with her, she's like, "Which way did that come from?" And she's kind of just like looking down the halls. You can tell she doesn't know exactly where it came from. She just knows that something went off.
I kind of look around behind me, and I was like, I don't know, but it was kind of loud.
Yes, that's why
You
I'm
want me
trying
to-
to find it.
Do you want me to stay? Do you want me to stay with you, or do you want me to go somewhere else?
She pauses for a minute. She goes to say something. She goes, "Actually, I won't say that. You can do whatever you like, but I need to go figure out where this noise was." And she just kind of like she hurries away before she can say anymore.
No, you don't.
No, you don't.
Oh my god.
Aggressively
hostage,
following and bugging.
Yeah, she's just kind of going down the halls, just giving you very short responses to anything you say.
Is there anything around me?
Just the other doors. There's some pathways, stairwells, graffiti up on the walls of just random stuff, but they're kind of just empty corridors.
There's no. So there's
Look
no
over
item
there.
here.
Mhm.
I mean, there are a few
What's that?
windows.
What's that? What's that?
it's candy.
Yeah, it's almost like a parking garage with apartment units in it. It's very brutal. It's very empty.
I'm thinking, what can I do?
Yeah, no rush.
I'm gonna scream.
Oh my god.
Yes.
What kind of scream are you doing? Are you doing an aggressive scream, a scared scream, or are you just getting really fucking loud?
Oh my, so what are you just gonna be like the
Or
coffee
low.
lady from freaking Meet the Robinsons?
Jumps.
Yes.
She jumps like.
Is it like Home Alone slapping his face with the aftershave? Is it that high
jumps
pitched
and
noise?
screams even louder than you as she turns around and she's like, "What is wrong with you? What is, are you okay?"
Oh, sorry, I thought I saw a spider.
Just pretend to be like having a heart attack or something.
Oh my god.
She's just like,
He's freaking her out. After Seraphim threw those papers at Raziel, and he started walking back down the stairs. Like he was just
Imagine
like,
some
"Know what I
SpongeBob
need."
music in the background.
I was about
he's
to
gonna-
say, yeah. As you're just harassing this woman.
Leading her in the wrong direction.
Yeah, I was about to say, you have her
Distracting
completely,
her down the other direction.
You have her so
Last
confused and
thing I'm gonna-
frazzled, she doesn't know where
last thing.
she's walking.
Last thing I want to do is I'm just gonna get like super serious out of nowhere, and I'm just gonna stare at her, and I'm gonna roll for intimidation.
Oh my god.
Yes. Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
he
Roll for it.
Oh,
We're gonna roll for this. We're gonna break her, dude.
how old is this girl? You said
This is
teen?
ultimate. This is ultimate
she's like
a-
gaslighting right here.
Yeah, she's like a teenage girl.
Oh my god.
You're scaring all the
Asserting
children.
dominance by gaslight trolling.
This
Don't make her
poor
self-conscious.
all
They show
child
her
kid.
teeth.
Plus, okay,
We do a
8
little trolling.
and with my intimidation of okay, so it's with also 5 plus charisma is +5 with the proficiency bonus is +3. So
So it's
That's
plus
a-
8,
16.
whatever you roll.
16.
Alright, so what do you do?
How do you scare the shit out of this girl?
Make her self-conscious.
I-
Like
no,
point out
just
all
what-
the
tell-
flaws in her appearance.
Tell me what you do. And I will tell you what happens after that. I just need to know what you do.
Is there a pipe around me somewhere?
Oh god.
Oh my Lord Jesus!
Yes!
Attached to the wall, but not like loose.
Well, I'm strong enough to rip it off.
Yeah.
have to make-
throw.
Yeah, make a strength saving throw.
Okay.
Oh my god.
First we break the floor, now we take out the water pipes. We're gonna flood the place.
7. Okay.
Pull it off the wall.
Plus-
You have a leak.
Do it. Do it.
Okay, 14,
Oh, that was my point.
16. Okay, 16.
Oh, I found the source of the noise. It was this pipe that I just ripped off the wall. I mean, that fell off a minute
It
ago.
was this leak.
No, okay, so I have the pipe, and
This
then I'm
pipe
like,
is loose.
I have the pipe. I'm kind of scared. I start screaming, "Spider! Save us!"
As you do that, one of her eyes starts twitching. She grabs the pipe, rips it from your hands, and just goes and yells so loud,
Oh.
"Leave me the fuck alone!" And she just runs down the hall. You just barely missed the intimidation thing for that.
Oh my god. That still was worth it.
That's funny.
Where's the leak, ma'am?
Where's the leak, ma'am?
I'm guessing my interaction, I'm like coming back and joining up with the other guys as this has happened.
If I had rolled anything stronger, I would have been able to pick up a car and just start screaming spiders, right? Slam it into the ground.
Spider!
Oh my god.
Spider! Crunch, 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 crunch.
So as he walks away, I
She's
just
not
smile.
walking away. She is bolting with the pipe down the hall.
She
Like,
is
she
full
is,
running. She is trying to get as
like,
far away from you as quick as
You
possible.
have made it she is breathing heavy. She is just like holding onto that pipe for dear life and just running down a random direction in the hallway.
You just created a level 1 barbarian.
This would have been him if he rolled a higher strength.
so like-
check.
This has just become Clue. She did it with the pipe in the hall.
So
just-
as he's running away, Maxon just smiles and he's like, yes.
And that's
We
when
have
Sarah
no idea this happened.
Oh no, you do.
Oh,
It was on the
you-
same floor. You guys all meet
Heard it
up,
all.
you hear her screaming, and you just hear thud, 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 as she flies past you. Doesn't even say anything. You just see an
Doesn't even
irate
see the
girl
door
with a
'cause she's
pipe in
so
her
pissed off.
hand. Yeah, no, she just flies by.
I think that's the perfect moment that I come up to Seraphim, Seraphim Stone and Raziel, and I'm like, what's the story there?
Fuck if I know.
Oh, it was just a little trick I picked up from a friend of mine.
Since it
He
looked like
says
we
as he
weren't gonna
fucking
have any
approaches
issues,
out of the shadows.
Remember as the saying goes, the weak appear strong and the strong appear weak.
We should clear out. I think it would be a good idea.
Before
Quickly.
we leave the building, I would like to drop back by 3:15 for a split second.
So would I. Quickly and in and out.
Because I've
I
got
was about
that
to say.
envelope in my pocket. They didn't see it.
Yeah, let's go back down.
All right, you have no issues going back down to 315.
I'll step
You
in
keep
and
I will say though, you keep hearing stomping in the floors above you.
She's pissed. She is on her patrol and she is pissed.
I will gently close the door and lock it for now.
All
Just
right, with
for,
everybody
like,
in the room.
Is
Yeah,
there
what's
like a? Are we anywhere near like the front desk or a way I can access the speaker?
Three
If
floors
not-
up.
Yeah, we're 3 floors
Okay.
up.
We're on third
So
floor.
I'm just gonna like. Stone just like coughs, just because he hears all the stomping. He just feels like he wants to do something funny. He just yells, "Trying to sleep."
You just hear.
Beating the ceiling with the broom.
I was about to say, you just hear.
He bangs on the ceiling.
You hear what you assume is her banging the pipe on the ground at you.
I was hoping that
Then
she
more
still has the
stomping.
fucking pipe.
So what have we returned for, Raziel?
I'm gonna
What did you
stand a
find?
little bit further away, just in case. And I'm gonna look over at Seraphim. Did you have a child? As
Did
I
I have
slowly pull an envelope out of my pocket, and I hold it out towards him.
Seraphim grabs.
Since it was in his
the
name, the room was in his name.
Grabs the envelope. My name is Reese Crane, but I am not the Reese Crane. Fucking then he just opens it and starts reading it. Well, he's looking, not reading it out loud. He's just like reading it in his head.
It is written in common, and it says, "Hey there, prodigal son of mine. I know if anybody is going to find this, it's going to be you. I assume that you are still after my hide. I hope I am keeping you entertained, all of you. But it seems that you're just not quite there yet. We will, and then it says it has a Reese Crane, but then right underneath that it says, "Good luck. Catch me if you can."
He calmly folds the note back up.
What did it
Sticks
say?
it back. He sticks it back. He's doing all this like, this is different than the guy trying to run through door. He's neatly like there's not a crease on this fucking envelope. Hands it back to Raziel. Put this in the bag. Just the only thing it said was another reason for me to blow his head off. He knows I'm looking for him.
as he should. I have not been hiding it. He has been here. He knew I was going to find this letter.
From that comment, I can infer you are counted as his child.
Prodigal
What
son.
the fuck?
I will say.
Oh no, I was talking about his comment from what the piece of the paper said. I don't know what the note said.
I'm telling this to Seraphim. You would know that Reese called all of his clones his kids.
Oh, I told Serena this. I'm a clone. I'm not the original. He called all of us his children, like some sick freak.
And he always took special interest in you because there were so many of you rattling around in that brain, to quote his own words.
I might infer that, assuming that you would find this letter yourself, he knows about us as well.
Wait. With that comment of yours, Seraphim, this letter could have been for any of his clones, not even just specifically you.
Oh no.
There's no
Seraphim,
other
you
one.
did-
Or would it be? That would have been a question to him. Would it have been a
No, yeah,
possibility?
no. The
There's
fact
no-
he called you his prodigal
Oh,
son.
you were the only one that he called that.
Yeah, you
There's-
were his
there's-
little favorite science experiment.
As hard as I tried, there is for sure not another clone looking for him.
But tell me, is it an entertaining pastime for the four of you to go from place to place and stomp about at the volume of elephants?
No.
Because it seems that everyone, everywhere, all the time, knows everything that we do.
Or where we may go.
Minus
Things
in one
like-
instance that I will take the hit for, which is the malware.
Think about this. We have not been traveling that long. And yet he said all of you, and that he knew I would be with a group.
So he does
But I
know about
believe-
us.
He is
I be-
watching.
It might have been with my previous group. Who
Could
knows?
be. I didn't know there was a previous group. That is
You don't.
details.
Like I said, I do not want to seat the previous group, and I refuse to answer any of those questions.
Well,
I
I
will
have
say,
something.
I will say,
There
I
is
looked a
some
lot better
signage at
before
the
I met that
bottom.
group.
Oh, sorry.
So I looked a lot better before I met that group. Let me say that. I didn't come out looking like this.
Looking like what? You've experienced life? You should see my face.
I looked gaunt. My
You look
teeth
like
weren't showing.
shit.
I
looked
had an
gaunt.
eye.
My skin, my bones weren't exposed. My teeth did not see the fresh air 24/7.
I think, like several other
Right,
of our
some way-
small campfires, we will cross that bridge when we get to it. Again.
Tonight, before we sleep, I would like to look over you to see if you possibly have something on you or around you that you're not aware may be tracking us.
Me.
Yes.
Well, whatever
You
it
are
is.
a clone by your
Dig
own
wherever.
admission.
Dig wherever. I don't care.
I didn't say dig. I said check.
Ooh, Raziel, can
I'm
we
bound to
dissect
have
his
something.
brain? Curious what
Not
it looks
currently.
like.
I give with a wry little smile and a chuckle as a joke. Plainly as a joke. Not currently. I'm
Well,
not quite that skilled.
are we currently done with this particular safe house that is no longer safe?
I'd say yeah.
I have no reason to be here.
Maxon?
We'll look
Stone?
through the rest
Are
of
we
what
all
you threw in
done?
the bag. Threw to me later.
Any details to share before we step out?
Anything we need to be watching out for, considering all the screaming?
Any strange secrets, like people that know that we are or you are searching for them that I or any of the rest of us don't know about that you'd like to share? Well then, and I'll turn and I'll just punch a hole in the wall near us and then just drag my arm down and then pull out a pack and then pull away some more of the wall, and there's just like a few rations. I'm not necessarily sure how many exactly, but enough to be useful. And just pull those things out of the wall.
We'll say you had 4, but one of them seems to have been eaten by vermin of some kind, so you have 3.
Vermintide.
I will stick the 3 in my inside the bailout, and then Raziel, do you have any room in that bag of yours?
I probably got a bit more.
I'll hand you the explorer's pack with extra supplies. As I watch it,
like 5 pounds, isn't it?
it disappear inside this void. I just
This little side pouch I've got on me.
magic. Well, let's be out.
Let's go meet this.
We're off to see the wizard.
And I will
Go meet this contact.
Okay. So are we all making our way to the club?
Yes, I would like to make my way to the club. Hopefully everyone follows.
All right.
I was actually going to leave my little spy drone spider on your shoulder, Serena, and I was going to head to the track to start trying to repair, because it's already later in the evening, isn't it?
That's the same place though. It's at the club.
Yes, but I was being specific about what I was doing there. I was just letting you know.
That's fair. I like the idea of making it go faster for later.
I did say I would guard
You
you.
won't be able
I'll
to
keep that
make it go
promise.
faster, but because that would just take too long with the engineering.
Right.
But he is gonna upkeep it and make sure it's in good condition, so you guys
They'll
can get
basically
there
know
as
where I'm
quick as you
at.
can. Yeah. But since it is later in the day and it's not as busy, I won't have you guys roll for encounters. But is there anything you guys want to discuss or do before you get to the club?
I can't think of anything.
Nothing
Neither
comes
can I,
to
really.
mind immediately that we need. I need to discuss.
As you guys are walking through, you do see a small group of people kind of sneaking through, kind of along from this shanty town, kind of up to the fighting pits. They have rusty swords and leather shields with a wolf holding a snake in its jaw. And as a nearby patrol jumps by, they jump them. And a small scuffle ensues. No one's killed. Some stray shots are fired, but the rebels hurry back into the cover of the jungle, and the bandits kind of give chase for a second, but after a while they just kind of give up. You just hear one of them say, "Damn rebels."
Bit more serious than we were told. Indeed.
They really wanted us to stay at that fucking room.
Just to illustrate what what Soretta does, I would say for a living. It's not really a living. It's more of just it's what she does. She has no choice. I kind of like halfway walk through the middle of this conflict and just kind of like a pedestrian, just walking to work.
So New
As
York.
like shots are being just like, but I'm just not even
Yeah, I was about
acknowledging
to
it.
say-
Just walking on,
yeah,
steady
you
pace.
You just hear the rebels saying things like, "We want our freedom, no more fights, stop killing us for your entertainment," and then the bandits just saying generic like, "Get back to work, like you know your place," shit like that.
Oh, the disappointment they'll feel whenever they overturn them. They'll never learn. And I will
Does Anybody else have any
continue on.
quotes, comments, thoughts, concerns?
Not that I can think of.
Let him flip it upside down. That's exactly what this place needs right now. Change of pace. I still don't care.
Well, you guys all make your way up to the club, and it's around 5 at night. I'll say, like, the sun's just about going down. It's like 5 p.m. You can actually are starting to hear some light music coming from the club. Very soft, like almost like a soft jazz ballad, slowly playing.
Bring everything down to 3 foot so they'll fit a little bit better on the map.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, perfect.
I was letting everybody else know
jazz.
so that we'd be able to move stuff around. So
you see
was Stone staying with me and Seraph on the truck?
Is this the kind of place that it's like all quiet during performance, or is this like dinner while music plays type of place?
You can definitely eat your dinner while music plays, but this is probably the quietest place in Greencove.
Interesting.
Like normally it's very rowdy, very loud, bustling. Here it's almost like time stops.
Knowing they were about to do some stuff, I probably would have stopped working on the truck. Just getting there, getting comfy, and started looking through the agent's eyes.
Okay. You're just seeing...
So that I know what's going on.
Okay,
and
so
I hold
who is going...
while the talks are going on. I'm just kind of...
Okay.
I know, even if I don't interact.
Who is Serena going in first with the drone on her shoulder?
I'll say that we, before we go in though, I want to stop at the truck. Just a quick 2 seconds, like, I'll tell everybody, okay, so the contact's name is Ophidia. As I said before, I am not an expert or trained in espionage-based tactics, so be discreet. Don't ask directly, see if you can figure out who this person is, what they do, how we might speak with them discreetly. Let's see if we can't have a quick, quiet conversation.
Do you have a description of what they look like, or just the name?
I believe Packard did give me a description, did he not? Or was it just
woman.
Elven woman, okay.
Elven woman, dark skin, burn on the left side of her face.
That.
And she also has the lower half of a snake.
That is
Naga.
intriguing.
Not a Naga.
Yeah, but that's what comes to mind.
Unfortunately, I am like completely out of time.
If you want, we could have Stone sit at the truck with Raziel for a bit, and then he could like transition to going into the bar later on our next session, if that sounds good to you.
That works.
Okay. So he is, while Raziel is like looking through the drone, we'll say that Stone is standing guard, kind of watching, making sure no one bugs him, since he can't perceive anything where he is.
Since Stone's there, I'll probably tell Seraphim to go ahead and follow Serena in until the talks are done, and then he can guard me after that if he wants to.
Sure.
Sounds
I totally feel like I'm the best person for this.
All right. Good luck, everybody. See you guys next time.
All right, sounds good. Thanks
Night.
for
Peace.
being here, Sharp.
See ya.
Night.
Yeah, no problem. See you guys later. Good night.
Okay. So, is Maxon going into the club as well? I just want to make sure. Okay, cool. So, we'll say we have Serena with the bot on her shoulder, and then who's to the left and right of her?
And I do have the shortwave in my ear, so I can comment if I see something.
Seraphim's on the flesh side.
Okay, so right side, Maxon's on the left. As you walk up, you see some old, faded elvish that seems to not be a part of the temple, but carved on at some point and seems to be upheld now. It says, No fighting. No cursing. Just enjoy the music and drink.
Safe zone.
And there is no traditional door. There's just a very ornate elven curtain keeping the door closed. And there are a few raiders sitting outside. They're smoking like cigarettes, various things. Just they don't even seem, where most of the other ones seem like outwardly antagonistic. They just kind of seem like people in the background now.
When he told me of this person, did he mention if they were like a performer or what they do?
She actually owns this club.
Oh. Interesting.
She doesn't perform herself, but she does try to have a lot of local people come through and perform, and when she can't, she has a automaton that does so. She's a patron of the arts, but she doesn't actually perform. You know that she is usually in her canopy viewing booth, which is up in a tree, but it does have access for people who aren't half snake. But that is all you know.
So it's me, Maxon, and who else is entering?
Seraphim.
Seraphim? Okay.
And you do have a little video drone on your shoulder letting me see and look around. I can see and hear through the drone.
What kind of whisper between the two of you? It appears this person maybe owns this club. Let's play the angle of someone who's interested in a show of some kind, possibly. We could go from there. Might get us a private conversation.
Sit down, order drinks.
Yes.
What if you bought one for her? Think that'd get her attention?
It might work.
Sit down in an obvious spot. I'll try to find one. Is there a spot that I could see where, if she's in her little viewing booth, that she could see where we could sit? That's open.
As you all enter, you do see the big tree in the middle of the room with a small viewing box. At first you can't tell if anyone's up there, but eventually you do see a very large obsidian colored tail begin to slowly sway almost to the music, slowly in the dark. And outside of that, there is a bar on the right wall. All the seating is in the middle, kind of surrounding the tree. The stage is to the wall opposite of the door, and then the left side seems to be where you go for the outside area. The left side is the same side as like the where people park their vehicles, so you're kind of overlooking where the vehicles are. You can't see the contact yet, but you do see the end of a very long tail slowly swishing in the air.
What a woman. Oh.
Slimy yet satisfying.
Oh my Jesus. Okay.
So what do you all do?
Seraphim's gonna pick a spot that's, I guess, closest to the tail.
So you're gonna sit down in the viewing area, like underneath?
Yeah.
Okay. You sit down on a what seems like a pillow, like a giant, almost like futon beanbag made out of like moss, and you slowly sink into it. And as you do, a flower on a small stump next to you lights up, to illuminate the spot you're sitting at. And there seem to be 3 other chairs around that table.
Well, come on, then.
Are you sitting where you can try and see her, or are you sitting like directly underneath her?
I'll sit where. Try to leave the spot open where Serena could try to see her.
Okay.
I'll sit in a different spot. But I am motioning them in because he's like, "You're the one who's gonna have to pay for the drinks. Come in."
As you sit down, you hear light humming coming from the viewing booth up in the tree. And a small little puff of trail of smoke coming out as well, intermittently.
I'll have a seat and wave down. Someone to order from.
You see a middle-aged, balding half-elf man walk up, and he's wearing very clean clothes for Greencove. And he kind of flips through his notepad and he says, "Welcome to the Serpent's Cove. How can I help you?"
I'll just order like a double of some kind of something that burns, and then whatever they order, and then I'll end on something for the lady upstairs. And if she's game, I have a. What's the word? I'm losing words. Proposition. It involves talent for the show.
His eyebrows are very, very high.
An interesting performer named Packard. Tell her I said that.
Understood. I'll be back with your drinks, and I will drop hers off shortly. And he walks off. On the stage, you do see that it is a real band playing tonight.
And I will, for exactly the minutes to seconds marker of time, take that amount of time and relax. And then once the drink arrives, we're back in.
I was about to say, if you guys want to say or do anything real quick. Yeah, like, take this moment. Whatever you guys want.
Yeah, Seraphim probably would just get this same thing as Serena, but he's just like finally leaning back. I guess sometimes even I need to relax.
As you begin to relax, Seraphim, switch to your most sane personality.
Oh.
No angry
Direct
jolts,
switch.
nothing, just like almost like the one you were, fell asleep.
Entered.
You see Seraphim just leans back a little further than what he would normally, like he's leaning, and then he just jolts up. He's like sitting up. Whisper?
Maybe if you didn't fight it so hard, it wouldn't be so jarring.
What do you mean? What do you mean fighting? I'm fighting
to play mental games. We're in a bar. You're fine. You're safe. A moment of relaxation as we wait for, hopefully, our contact.
What do you do?
He's just like confused. Just relax. There's never time to relax. Relaxing is for those who have time and luxury.
You've come in at an unfortunate time. We're currently on the planet Voza 1. We're in the Mandra system right now. You better wake up. We have a lot of work to do.
The spider pats you on the side of the helmet.
What is Maxon doing in this moment of peace? Anything
And
specific waiting on his
confusing the
drink?
neighbor.
8.
I'm gonna roll
Oh my god, yeah.
See if I believe that.
Oh, you mean
Or,
insight?
no, I'm gonna roll what insight? 17.
Yeah, that's what's wrong with you? Why would you?
Well, it would be less difficult for yourself if you all didn't fight so much inside your own head. Instead decided to share on occasion.
Share what?
Mm-hmm.
What is Maxon doing as he sits down? As these two are bickering, even in relaxation.
He is
Spider
looking
face
around.
palms.
Even in debt, I still serve.
Say that one more time.
I said Maxon is just sort of walking around a bit, getting the feel for the place.
Oh, so he didn't sit down. He's just walking around.
Yep.
Okay. There's a few people standing around. This is kind of the same as outside. Some people are dancing to the music. Some people are just kind of sitting there gently swaying. I will say there is one guy passed out in the corner drunk. He's not causing a scene, but he is sleeping. Since you weren't at the table, there are only going to be 2 drinks coming. So what did Seraphim order before he swapped pilots?
Just saying exact whatever Serena ordered.
Gotcha. Okay. And then before we jump back over to the table, does Maxon do anything specific, or does he just continue to walk around?
What can he do?
He can go up to the bar and buy a drink. He can go sit down with the group and meet with a contact. He could just stop and watch the music. You have a moment to yourself.
Randomly kick somebody in the shin.
Don't do that. They
You
will
said
throw
what
you
can
out.
he
This
do?
is one of those mafia places. They have rules posted. You do exactly as those rules say, where you might be
That's why I said this
disappeared
is
in the
safe
back room.
This is full safe zone. You fuck up, you're out.
You lose the safe zone.
Yep.
So what
You
would
are no
Maxon
longer
like to do
protected.
here? There's a band
That would probably
playing.
include intimidation. So
I'm
be
gonna
careful.
I'm gonna go ahead and sit close to where the band is and just watch them.
Okay. You sit at a table 2 spots away from your group, and you can actually see the contact. So I'm going to send a picture of her to the group chat. But only Max can yeah, because of where you're sitting, you are in front of her viewing box slightly, so you can look up and see her. They are sitting underneath her. You're 2 tables ahead, closer to the stage.
Birds of a feather flock together, I say.
But she just seems to be watching, smoking what seems to be a cigarette in one of those like comically long cigarette holders.
Oh,
But
fuck
it's made
yeah.
out of this like what looks to be a living wood. Like there are vines that seem to move along with it and low as she takes hits. And you can't hear it as much, but you see her kind of like swaying her head and moving the end of her tail to the beat. And around that time, the drinks for Seraphim and Serena arrive, and the waiter places them down. And then he takes the 3rd drink, which looks much nicer than the one he brought you to. And he places it on a small little device that lifts it up to the viewing area. And then after a short moment, it comes down. And there was also a note attached to it. And a short moment later, it rises back up, and then it rises down with a small note that the waiter grabs and begins to read. And then he starts to kind of make his way back over to your table. And he hands you the note.
You know, Seraphim, Before finding myself on this planet, I've never done this before.
Done what? Relaxed?
Yes.
No, I get that.
You would notice that, like, the posture is... I'm sitting in the booth, but, like, I'm not leaning back. I'm, like, sitting up. This is as relaxed as it gets, is this.
And I'm gonna say, since you said that,
that's currently what
Serena
Seraphim's
is, like,
doing too.
You guys are having to actively fight to set like that in these chairs because they are so like
They're
cushiony and
beanbag
soft
chairs.
that like they like slowly absorb you. So every few minutes you guys are
They're
having to
not
like
solid.
readjust.
Seraphim relaxes like by he doesn't relax by leaning as far forward as he can, so he's not leaning back.
I'll kind of hit the helmet and like lift up the front, drink my shot for a moment. Gonna draw out the moment for just a second.
I was about to say,
see if I can see underneath the mask. I'm a spider right next to your
I mean,
face.
all you'll see is scars across my face.
I was curious.
You see a mouth with scars.
And lots of scars.
Make a Constitution save for me, Serena, and
Hell yeah.
Seraphim if you drink, and then Maxon,
Seraph-
a waiter comes over if you would like to order a drink as well.
I'm gonna die soon.
I would like to do a guidance or no. I'll use my reaction to add my intelligence modifier to your roll, since I'm literally sitting on your shoulder.
Seraphim goes to do basically something
Plus
similar to
4.
what Serena
14.
did. He goes to push his mask up, then realizes he's not wearing his mask right now. He's just smacking his face.
My total was 14, by the way, at the start of that.
And then he just like doesn't panic and
the total was 14.
You are fucked up, but you can still kind of handle your like. You assume that this was like vodka made from like a wooden chair or something. Like it tastes like it's barely consumable.
Yeah.
Like this could strip paint off walls if you let it. But does Maxon order a drink? That's what I want to know.
No, he's just chilling.
Okay, so he's just watching. But the waiter brings the note over and sets it on you guys' table. What were you gonna say?
Me?
Robert, I thought I heard him say something.
No.
Oh, okay. So what were you gonna say, Cole?
As I said, while Serena was taking her shot before she got instantly flabbergasted, Fubard, he was like he's like smacking his face, realizing his mask is also not there, and just like covers himself with the cowl, knocks back the shot, and then pulls his like cowl up to cover his face.
Give me a Constitution saving roll as well. I will say, Serena, you feel yourself lean back a little bit involuntarily. Oh Lord.
Oh yeah,
6.
certainly a bit of
That
relaxation.
happened at the exact same time. I wouldn't be able to use my reaction again. Wouldn't do any good.
I'll put my hand on the note. Considering this interaction goes positively, would not be a bad place to sit for a little while we wait for nightfall. It would be safe.
Seraphim
Well, I
falls on the
Notice
table.
how fucked up they are.
Seraphim is just kind of like he's immediately kind of started swaying. He didn't change personalities, but he is just swaying and just kind of that.
I don't mind drinking sometimes because it makes the other one shut up for a second.
Your ear's gonna buzz, Serena. Because I hit my fucking intercom thing. Do I need to come in there and be the drunk driving designated talker, since y'all just both took a swig of something that didn't agree with you?
No, most likely
Serena?
we'll wait here till nightfall.
Serena is drunk, but I feel like you are still able to compose yourself. But this
this
is
is one of those like I'm not Steve Rogers. I don't not get drunk, but it certainly is probably burns off pretty quick. Not yet though, because considering I just drank it. But
I was.
Just vibing
That's
with
why I
it
was
for a minute.
asking you specifically before I came in, if needed.
No, I
Otherwise,
should
I was
be.
gonna stay outside.
I should be fine.
Too many bodies in the room.
We already have our note. I'm just taking a moment. We have several hours before the sun goes down. Seraphim, are you still with us?
What?
I'll take that as a no. And I'll pick up the note and read it.
What did you say?
It just reads, once the band leaves, meet me in my office behind the bar. And right underneath that, it also says, hope Packard can still keep it in tune.
I will,
Did you get somebody's number? Are you hooking up?
trying to think of a clever way to dispose of the note that's inconspicuous and something that people would not spin their heads off their shoulders for.
If I could tell what he was doing, you would hear a little buzz as the spider opens its mouth.
Paper
Shredder. I'm pretty sure it could take it.
Say if you are confident, I will hold it up to the thing very discreetly.
You know what?
Damn
like
thing
this,
partially turns into a freaking motorcycle. I'm pretty sure it could shred a piece of paper.
Why not?
I want you to roll
I will
stealth.
roll for something though.
Roll for stealth.
Alright. Which one? I'll go with this one. That's 12 plus a number. Just a second.
Everybody but me has rolled a stealth check, and I have the highest stealth modifier here.
Mm-hmm.
I was about to say you're hammered at the table.
You're fucking out, dude.
I want another one. These are yum.
See, this is a different kind of stealth that Seraphim is showing us. This is
He's
an
hiding in
example of
plain
hiding
sight.
from God.
Literally.
I got a 15.
A 15?
Yeah, 12 plus
Ooh.
3.
Meets it, beats it. The music is it is just quiet enough to be covered up by the quiet music.
You hit it like
shit.
the pitch. You hit it just at the moment when the pitch of the shredder will match that of the muted trumpet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You hit it on one of the.
Yeah. Seraphim, roll a d20 for me real quick.
For the drunk guy.
Yes, sir, Mr. DM, sir. That's a 16.
Still not legal.
That was a
Drinking
good one.
age, I might add to clarify.
What was that? He was laughing too hard. Colt Jackson.
I said drinking age, by the way, is what I
Okay.
meant, to be clear. Wait, what is do you have a con mod? Colton?
Oh no, this isn't con. This is
Oh,
fame.
never mind. This is
He said
purely
just
fake.
roll
like-
it
Never
straight.
mind.
yeah.
Never mind. Irrelevant phrasing. I thought we were doing con again. I was like,
I rolled a 16.
You have the smallest itch in the back of your brain
oh.
to go up there and try and play one of those instruments.
Oh.
It's not a commanding influence, but there's just this little bitty gnawing voice that's saying, what if?
You can play that.
I
Is that how we're gonna get a bard?
do you-
Whisper, do you think this would be do you think this would be a very inopportune time? What if I displayed my jaw harp skills?
Be quite difficult.
Had these two hammered at the table.
You're probably right. I probably shouldn't. It'd be a bad idea. That's for when I'm on the road.
Jaw harp, you absolute
How
monster.
close is he to me?
I had proficiency with one musical instrument. And I just was like, "What's
You chose the one thing you can look through your cheek at.
How close is he to me?
I'm not
just
sure
two
jaw
tables
hop
back.
would work with the way your mouth is.
What'd you say?
I got a left. I
You're
got
two
a
tables ahead of them.
right side. It's fine.
You can't really hear what they're saying, but you definitely see Seraphim swaying, and Serena has her mouth exposed, and she's just kind of been staring at him. And
Just like
swaying as
with the
well.
jaw coming, I just
Yeah, no,
Really?
like,
I don't get up right away, but I do kind of just like put my hand onto the side of the couch, just ready in case.
okay. But after a little bit, the band leaves, and the automated band picks up and starts playing something else. And you see Ophidia come down from the tree and go behind the bar, say something to the bartender, and then open the door behind him.
don't follow all at once. And I'll get up and be the first to go.
Okay.
Wait 45 seconds. And then I'll get up, finish the last few drops, set it down, pull the helmet down, and then repressurize it and then follow.
1, 2, 3,
As you...
I've made a mistake.
4,
Oh, shit.
5, 6. I'm not gonna count the whole thing.
See, calculated espionage is beat by the randomness of alcohol.
Mm-hmm. And
I was about
Seraphim.
to say, you guys are matching in pretty well. So as you walk up to the door, it takes you actually about 45 seconds to make it from your table to the door. Who follows next after the 45-second countdown?
I do.
45.
Okay.
There goes.
Yeah, Seraphim's trying to count.
There he goes.
Damn.
Um,
Gotta start over.
and then about the time you get behind, you get to Serena, Maxon, Seraphim. What do you do? Do you get to 45?
I feel like he might get to like 108 before he forgot what he was
46.
doing.
47.
Yeah.
48.
Before you realize he needed to stop.
Wait a minute. 49.
Oh shit.
Wait just a damn minute.
Then he just
another one.
and then like
What was it?
he gets up and he probably fucking trips on the chair leg and falls to the ground, stumbling towards that door.
There's a split second where the music stops, and then it just starts again after they see you like get up and start walking again.
Yeah, he thumbs up.
They got worried for him.
then goes, just gets up and heads to the door.
Okay, as he walks up, the bartender opens the door and allows you in. As you all enter the room, you see a large stone desk and
I'm going to
posters up
deliberately
on the wall.
thumbs in behind the breastplate so that my hands are up here.
Okay. But you see posters on the wall. Posters in Elvish. But a lot of posters of Alex. And you see on her desk a data pad, a picture in a frame that is turned away to where you can't see it, and another one of those plants giving off very dim light as she is coiled up behind the desk, still smoking.
I will
And as
enter
you-
silently and just.
And
Is there like a plate like chairs across from this desk?
there are two main chairs in front of her, and then there are some longer like couches to the sides.
Seraphim falls on a couch.
Yeah, I will enter and sit
Silently.
down as I wait for them to join me.
Slow fall.
Where does Maxon sit? There's one chair available in front of the desk with Ophidia, and there is still room on the couch with Seraphim, and there's an empty couch as well across from him.
I thought I heard something. It flashed, I don't know. I don't know.
Do you hear me, Robert?
Now I can.
Okay, cool. Where do you sit as you come into the office? There is one chair available in front of the desk, sitting next to Serena. There is a couch that Seraphim is laying on that it still has room for you to be sitting on it, and then there's an entire couch empty across from him on the other side of the wall.
The one on the wall.
Okay, the empty couch on the wall?
Yep.
Cool. So, as Seraphim falls onto the couch, Maxon, you come in, sit just calmly down. And Serena, you sit down in front of Ophidia. And as you sit down, and once you get settled, she takes her cigarette and sets it on the table. You the one that works for Packard?
I did. Unfortunately, I don't know if I'll be able to see the individual again before I head off world, but I did work for him many times. And who are you to him?
I am but a friend.
Good. I like friends. My associates here, friends, are, well, one is inebriated, the other is, well, at the current moment I would say muscle. There is a lot going on. You're currently underway in the Voyage of Harvest 2. Well, not currently physically there with them, but hired to protect it, and are doing a real shit job of it. Excuse me. A real bad job of it. They're currently being attacked.
it's shit.
Yeah.
It's shit.
I like hold up my finger before you say that. I'm like, not here. Respect the rules, please.
Apologies.
We are here to find some things, special materials, and have now added to our list as of today. Ammunition, and I'll list off some of the stuff that that Hammer was requesting indirectly, as well as, and then I'll list off some of the stuff that I'm looking for that I'm obviously omitting, like the stuff like the gold and silver, now that I have all that that we gained from the, I forget what, the
Desert
worms.
worm?
It was the worms, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
I was about to say worm, and I was like, nope, we were watching Dune today. I'm thinking of the wrong word. And I was like, no, it was worms. W-Y. W-Y worms. Scheichelt.
I'm just a man.
As you begin listing off materials and things and why you're here, she just kind of looks at you with a blank face and she says, Harvest 2?
Harvest 2.
Seems those children are still celebrating the end of the world.
It would seem so, and I know very little of it. But I would like to get back to the job at hand. As I don't want my guard duty to have nothing to guard.
She, as she was saying these things, she's kind of begins looking at one of the posters on the wall. It's one of Alex giving a thumbs up, saying, "Protect what's," and it just says, "Protect what's yours," in just big propaganda font.
He is quite charming, that poster boy.
Poster boy.
Yes, that.
She just kind of looks back and looks to the poster and she says, "You have no idea. Sometimes I wish he was here. The world would be a lot better place with him here."
Well, he almost was this morning.
She just, her eyes, like, they normally have a more, like, human pupil shape, but upon you saying that, they immediately close into a serpentine slit. And she just looks over at you and she says, "What did you just say?"
He looks different than in the posters now.
Well, I'm sure that has to do with something with exploding. I'll look at Seraphim. Or not
Maybe.
exploding, but getting exploded. It tends to do strange things to you.
Apparently, including losing the arm.
She says, she lightly touches the scar on her face and she says, "Believe me, I know. How do you..." She's like, she almost seems like she can't speak now. Like, you even mentioning Alex was like, floored her almost.
As to how he got here, I don't know. As to where he's been, I also don't know.
And
he told me he
like
survived.
He was traveling with you?
He's traveling with us currently, technically. He is on his way back to our poor charge, who is under attack, and is going to try and reinforce them, hopefully, and keep them from demise. He is a treat, and very useful. A good soldier.
He's been nice to me.
She
and
just
he's been nice to Seraphim.
Her eyes split back into a more human look, and they actually begin to well up a little bit. And a few tears kind of slowly run down her face.
Do you know Alex?
Do I know him?
Or did, I guess. I don't know if he's different from what he used to be like. I didn't know him before, obviously.
Just a hero with too much courage and not enough brains, she says as she just kind of begins to smile.
Oh.
And as she runs her finger over the frame of the framed photograph in front of her as she begins to kind of look at it.
I'll pull that photograph out from my pack over my shoulder and just hold it up. Does this mean anything to you?
I took that picture.
And what does this say?
And she picks it up and she actually begins to cry while reading it. And she just says, "I will wait for you in our place in the shade."
Can I insight to not ask an insensitive question? What it is exactly this
I would like to as
connection here is between them? Before I say something insensitive. Oh, my first decent roll of the night.
It's a 10.
16. That is a 5, right? Yeah.
If I was allowed to roll as well, I got a 21 as a spider.
From what you both are gathering, it's like you just told a woman that her husband wasn't actually lost in the war. and he has been brought back.
Thought it was.
I don't
Like
think
someone just found out the love of their life is still walking around.
I don't
He
think he made it to the
survived
shade,
with what
but
she
he
thought.
is very much alive. And if I need to, I'll drag him back here myself by his remaining arm.
He could. Yeah, well.
Not that he won't come willingly, but you know, it bites the ass. It bites the butt to assume. He seems a kind individual.
Indeed he was. That's why they chose him, you know? She says as she stands up and she actually picks up the picture she has on her desk and she sets it down, and it is of Alex and her without the burn on her face and with normal legs standing together in the same spot as the other photo was taken. But you assume by the two people that aren't in the photo this time.
Something dear was lost and then rediscovered. What do you know of the two individuals in his photo, of which he accidentally left with us before we parted ways this morning?
She points to the half-elf woman and says, "It was Lily. She was the wife of this man." And she points to the elven man and she says, "I never did quite get his name, but it seemed everyone just called him the magician."
That's odd. I don't like magic. I'm not interested. So, he traveled with these people?
He did more than travel with them.
Were they some kind of elite team? This confuses me.
Alex was born in a small town that was destroyed by dwarves. He was very young and he had to escape on his own, and he found his way to a small refugee town. And he was taken in by a small refugee family, and he was raised there. This is where he met the magician, so I'm told. And after spending many years fighting the encroaching influence of both armies in their small town, a destructive attack on a nearby settlement forced Alex to join up. And the magician, whose father was an elven noble trying to cease the fighting, tried to do his part as well. And she kind of looks at the magician and she says, "His father was a good man. One of the last elves of true, honest, pure heart that I know. I served as an informant for him. Not scientists, not those evil, wicked people. I tried to save people. I found far too much and divulged far too much information to the wrong people. And I must atone for that." And she begins to focus herself, but they helped. They increased Alex's potential. They gave him a serum, some sort of solar cell therapy to charge his body with energy. It made him strong, quick, never tired.
As you continue to describe all of this, my right hand twitches slightly. That's it.
And he began to... Yes, they were. They fought. They fought as much as they could. I tried to help them with what I could, but in the end, and she points down to her reptilian features. I was captured and punished for my crimes. Transformed into nothing more than a deceitful serpent. She says as she takes a very long drag off her cigarette. And she's kind of slowly running her hand down the face of Alex on the poster. On the day that everything went to shit, I was there. And he saved me. He gave his only chance to save himself to me. And I have spent so long thinking I had lost him. Thank you.
You're welcome. Your serpentine parts, do you find them repulsive in some way?
She kind of smiles. No. Just a reminder of why you need to always know who your friends are and who your enemies are.
I'll kind of like rest my elbow on the arm of the chair and look at my left hand, the hand open on my world. We believe that through the trials that you take when you're 16, that you lose, ideally, your weakest point. And mine was what I thought was my strongest. I was left-handed. And then I lost this arm and had to live for a year with nothing but a right arm. I would have rather been thrown in hell. But we lose our weakest point for something to make us stronger. Okay?
Indeed we do. And she wipes her eyes one last time, takes a deep breath, and slithers back over to her desk and just says, "So what is it you need?"
As she wanders back to the desk, I kind of like... This time it's less that I'm saying it knowingly, it's more like instinctual to say it when thinking of the arm and what happened. And I just kind of, under my breath, only the strongest survive in the dark. We need these materials, and ideally to be out of here by hopefully noon tomorrow, which is a chore, but I would like to know what would be an ideal way to get a hold of these materials. I know that you may not necessarily know everything, but we needed a contact, and Packard was a friend, trusted.
She begins to think for a moment and kind of looks around at her desk, and she says, "You should be able to find most of those trading goods at the bazaar. Most of the mining companies sell there. Although, if you aren't able to find everything that you need, I could set together a shipment and have it arrive at Bunker B. And if that is not too far out of the way, you could possibly stop there and collect whatever you are not able to find, or we could set up a different point as a pickup."
I hadn't reckoned with it anything past rejoining the convoy, but stopping at Bunker B may be unavoidable. So, I think that sounds like a good idea. See what we find, and then go from there.
She just nods, and she's still holding Alex's picture. She hasn't let go of it this entire time. She's just kind of, she goes from holding it and looking at it to just kind of holding it close.
Tell me, this place sits separate from that of being directly a part of the bandits, very obviously. Do you have informants? Do you have ears on the ground, eyes in the sky? What are your resources?
I have eyes and ears everywhere, Sorena.
I would have popped over over in Serena's ear saying, hey, you might see if she might have a more secure spot to stay tonight.
This is literally the next thing I was going to ask.
Your name's
After I mentioned
Serena?
this. I short circuit for a moment as I'm just. I would, on a more serious note, we've had some interesting interactions, mostly indirectly with. I'll pause. Let the kind of like the no word kind of have its space for a second. The dwarves. There was a geological event taking place. Everyone kept calling it a geological event. We investigated ourselves after finding one of their scientists from Bunker B in the woods. Or rather, she found us. You might look out for Mallory. She could do with a trip back to Bunker B. She seemed nice enough. Bailed on us,
She
though.
looks over to someone standing there, and they lean down and whisper something, and she just looks back. We had a Mallory come through a few days ago, a couple of hours before you. She's
Good.
currently at the embassy.
Good. That's good to know. That one has seen, I think, enough field work for a little while. But I would keep your ears out. Serious. Deadly serious. I don't know what they have going on. We don't have enough information. We know that that's what is, or, well, not for sure, but we are certain that that is what is currently wreaking havoc on our caravan. I found some of their code embedded in my AI on my arm, and it is not well. There's currently a blackout zone around our caravan. We can't even contact them. As a matter of fact, the last time I spoke to Alex earlier, just a few hours ago, as he said his farewells, I think he entered the blackout zone as our contact was cut off.
You hear her breath kind of tense as you say this. She's still composed, but you can tell that mentioning this does immediately put her on somewhat of an edge.
He survived an explosion almost directly, I'm sure.
Pull it back.
Sure, he'd be alright. I wouldn't worry too much. As a matter of fact, he's somewhat bailed us out of a few situations, and I'm glad he was there.
It's always his specialty.
Seems that's what he
Always
does.
there when you need him. She kind of looks around and then she goes, well, if you do intend on seeing him, you will more than likely see him before I do. I would like you to give him something.
Of course.
And she moves to the back of the room and pulls out this old chest. Clicks the top open. She pulls out this, seems to be fairly large object wrapped in cloth. And as she walks over and sets it down on the desk, tell him that when the day is saved, the war is won, that he is to use this and fly back to me. with due haste.
You have my word.
And she pulls the cloth back, and it shows a worn but still well-maintained jetpack.
Why? They're being fucking crazy. Just kind of look at it for a second. Interesting.
As you inspect it, you notice that it has some worn engravings here and there. One of them has an arrow pointing up to the sky, and it just says, point this way. There's another one on the side that says, this machine kills fascists. And then there is one more that just says, remember Haven.
I have a safe place to store this. It will find the original owner. I'm sure quite happy as well.
She's just lightly running her fingers across it as before you lift it up and move it. Are you needing somewhere to stay?
That is my final request, is what is the safest place to stay? My current safe house has been compromised as our activities earlier involved investigating a room further upstairs from what I had set aside originally.
Well, we have plenty of room here, and you are welcome to stay.
Sounds good. That works.
She just... Is there anything else that I can help you with?
Not immediately that I can think of. What do you know of the Dwarven King? Anything unique?
That he should be put down.
Agreed.
He cannot continue to destroy the world and everything that lives on it.
We found his name, or Seraphim did actually, engraved on a machine at that geological event.
Describe the machine to me.
And I'll kind of wave at Seraphim and Maxon because they were actually closer to it than I was. I was like, describe that machine. I was looking over you all from above.
I don't know how to tell you this, but I don't remember because I was.
Then wake up the one that does.
I don't. Okay, Seraphim goes to grab his shotgun.
Breathe deeply, sit upright in your seat, and let it happen. You share a vessel. You don't own it.
As your fingers brush against the shotgun, rather than feeling a jolt like someone's pulling you out of the chair, like the chair of command, it feels like a hand places on your shoulder and just says, "Let me take over."
Sit. I got it. And he
See, that wasn't so bad.
Still drunk.
And
Not you, the other one.
Yeah, I was
that
about
just
to
walked
say.
away, by the way. Or, well, walked away. You know what I mean. You're in your own head.
He's fine. This machine, if I could describe it, it was like an incinerator. bloody. Dwarven writing, dwarven sigils. Deep, it was deep into the earth. More like it was coming out of the earth. It wasn't built there, it was pushed up. Full of bodies.
We need to let someone know immediately. She's immediately gone from like, kind of like starstruck, kind of just daydreaming to herself, to full on serious. She like almost on a dime.
Well, about that particular machine.
We let somebody know about it, we fucking did that immediately. Somebody knows.
I was wondering why the local militia had left. Just hope they are able to destroy it. And she pulls out an old file from that chest and she lays it in front of you all. And in the file there is very crude schematics drawn of a large dragon-like being covered in black metal armor with no eyes, a gaping maw, and jet turbines along with wings protruding from its back. And she just points to it and she just says, the only reason they would be collecting organic material is to convert it into this. We cannot let them make another Jabberwock. If they succeed, we will not be able to fight them.
So this isn't a dragon.
It is a cruel attempt to create something that we never did or will understand.
Oh, what I would do for an orbital barrage. One thing after another, I guess.
I'd like to see that.
Well, it won't happen until I figure out what... I stop myself. What in the world is wrong with this planet? Above all of this, above our conversations, above the dwarves, there is something strange at work around this planet. I don't like it and I don't understand it. But believe me, I will get to the bottom of it. That is a conversation probably to be had in Sunflower City after our problems have resolved themselves. Either by our own hands or we arrive as corpses.
I don't plan on doing that. Don't make that decision for me.
I wouldn't like that either. As miserable as I might seem, I like to be alive at minimum.
She just slides the documents over to you and she's like, please take these with you in case they are needed for any reason.
Of course.
And as she's rifling through her that chest in the back, she kind of chuckles to herself and then pulls out an old, what looks like a storage drive, and she hands it to you, Serena. If you find a way to view this, I think you'll get a kick out of it. It always makes me smile.
Of course.
And she just sets it on the table and just kind of lightly slides it over next to the jetpack.
Tell me, what happened to the two individuals that he's looking for? Where did they go?
I don't know. I know that that magician, he had ways to traverse and get around that I could not even fathom.
So it is possible. Interesting.
I'd only seen him do it. The last time I saw him do it was after the war. He wanted to kill the head scientist of the Elven Institute of Science. One of the men who destroyed the world. I was able to find a communication network that he was on.
Sounds like a smart decision for one who uses magic. We disagree on the magic, but I agree on the goal.
That was the last time I ever spoke to him.
Well, another dead end.
I will say that his partner was not with him, and I have never seen him so angry. I've always assumed the worst, but never bring myself to say it. She kind of just looks down and sighs. All they wanted was peace and quiet.
Peace is a hopeful outlook. Well, we'll take those rooms and rest.
She nods. I will be here if you need me for anything.
And the same to you. At least until we leave.
You got until noon.
If you find that you are able, please stop by and let me know when you are leaving.
Of course.
And she just slinks back down behind her desk, just looking at the photo, just kind of glancing up at the walls, just kind of looking around with a mixture of relief, anxiety, a million emotions swirling at once. But then she just you hear just very quietly under her breath, "I'm so glad you came back."
I'll just kind of lean forward in the chair before I get up. Kind of look at that poster for a second. My hand will twitch a little bit. And then I'll get up and gather the items and do one of those to Seraphim.
And
Maxon as well.
Since Maxon was so quiet, is there anything he wants to interject, say, ask any questions he wants to ask?
I think his mic is muted.
He's muted.
Yeah, I saw that he was muted.
I was about to say the whole time. Oh my god.
Oh no.
Oh shit.
He pulled a Kyle.
Oh.
Like I would have said that Maxon would have just talked to her about how he kind of understands what it means to lose somebody because he didn't realize what he could do until after his mother died, and that's kind of what kind of pushed him to be where he is now.
After that conversation, she stops and she kind of looks at all of you that are in here that are talking, and she says, "I understand why he found you. You're just his type of people."
Even though you called him a brave man with not a lot of brains, I will take it as a compliment. And he just gives her the 2 fingers salute and walks out, probably holding onto the jetpack.
Okay, well, if you guys all exit out, you are kind of just free to do whatever you want in the club. If you need to go outside for anything, they show you where your rooms are. They're just They're in between the wall. They're in between the bar and the stage, like off to the back left corner.
Well, since everything seems to have calmed down, I probably would have went back to preparing the car. And to be completely honest, fellas, it's like 12 till 2, and I'm about to fall asleep.
I'm also about to pass out.
Yeah, I was gonna say my last note was just I'm gonna go out, I guess, and check on.
How am I not tired?
Stone and Razio.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's late.
I was talking to Robert.
Oh,
No, like how am I
Not being tired.
when I'm the one.
That's
that-
like, dude, I'm so sorry you don't feel tired.
oh yeah.
I'm scared for myself. Like
It's unlimited power.
At a certain point, you will feel
That's
less
what I was
tired,
talking
and then at some other point, you're gonna just be like, "What if I laid down for 5 seconds?" And then you're gonna be out for like 12 hours to a day.
Has anybody else ever seen that meme of like? It's like me on 8 hours of sleep, and it's just like dog tired, and then it's the next image is like me on 1 hour of sleep, and it's fucking Palpatine.
Wired, fully awake.
I've seen that before.
Yeah.
Too fucking weak.
Oh man.
so now that we are done for the night, clear something up for me.
Yeah,
That is the same guy, Is he?
Who?
the magician.
Who?
Isn't that the guy that
Oh,
helped us?
from
Oh,
the
yes.
4-part campaign. Yes.
Yeah.
We wouldn't know this,
Yeah.
but everyone
Above table.
everyone would be very surprised to find this out.
Yeah,
Speaking
in
of
character,
table.
I was.
Above table, yes, that was the same guy. He is from Irmos.
Wow.
So yeah, speaking in character, Seraphim had no clue, but out of character, that you probably heard me as soon as I heard the magician. I went,
I made
kept
it
quiet,
very
but
clear
I
to
caught
say- I made very clear to say a magician in the beginning sessions when Alex mentioned his friend, a magician.
I probably still clocked it then. I just didn't remember until now.
It was always either the magician or that dumbass fake name that he would give out.
Mm-hmm. And most people tend to like just call him by the magician nowadays because he's almost like a folk figure.
So you got a folk hero and then a folk figure.
And then the Fire Nation attacked, and he disappeared.
Mission attacked.
And I'm also sending you guys a picture of Ophidia before.
Oh my goodness.
Garsp. You know what? I actually, now that they've seen it, I should show them like what the magician looks like in that picture.
You know what? I guess I'll also post, since we talked about. I think we saw the young Reese Crane, so and I have that.
Yeah.
So, which is basically it's not that much different from Seraphim. It's a little different. Hang on, where's my shit?
But yeah, had a lot of lore to feed you guys tonight, so.
Oh yeah, I love it. I devour. Where the fuck is it? Shit, I may have to take one.
This is probably who they saw.
That's exactly the